উদ্বোধন করবো কাজ হচ্ছে না, মনে আসতে দেরি হতে পারে, মরা যখন আসবে তখন।
শুভ সোর্স পেয়েছিস তো? হ্যাঁ,
খুলে দেবে, খুলে খুলে একটু হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ
দাদা একটুখানি ঘুরতে
ছবি ব্যাকলাইট হচ্ছে কিছু করার নেই।
আমি একটু চা খাবো পরে পরে এই একটু খেয়ে নেবো।
তার লাগানো আছে, কী করে চা খাবো?
আমি তো ধরতে বলছি আপনাকে।
চা খাবি আরেকবার? চা খাবি?
হ্যাঁ,
চা খাবি আরেকবার?
একবারও খাইনি।
কি তাহলে ধরবো? তাহলে খোল, তারটা খুলে নাকি কি?
হ্যাঁ
তুই চা দিয়ে আমাকে।
হ্যাঁ, জাস্ট খালি দাঁড়াও, আমি ওইভাবে খুলবে না। এই সিস্টেম আছে।
তাড়াতাড়ি তাড়াতাড়ি খেয়েছো, আমি দেখছি। জান আমি আছি, তাড়াতাড়ি তাড়াতাড়ি। খেয়ে খেয়ে
সুশান্ত সঙ্গে কথা হচ্ছে এখানে কোনো হিসাব করে চলবে না এই যাই চিন্তা করবো শোনো না কথা শোনো না ঘোরাকেও ফোন করে দিলাম ঘোরা 4টে করে দিচ্ছি বুঝলে হ্যাঁ আমি কিছু কাউকে তুমি বলি না ঘোরা করে দিচ্ছি এখনো কাউকে বলি হ্যাঁ
আমি তো ধরতে বলছি আপনাকে।
আরেকবার চা খাবি
হ্যাঁ,
চা খাবি আরেকবার
একবারও খাইনি।
কি যেন ধরবো এখানে কোনো হিসাব করে চলবে না এই যাই চিন্তা করবো শোনো না কথা শোনো না ঘোরাকেও ফোন করে দিলাম ঘোরা 4টে করে দিচ্ছি বুঝলে হ্যাঁ আমি কিছু কাউকে তুমি বলি না ঘোরা করে দিচ্ছি এখনো কাউকে বলি
আমাকে এই দিকে যেতে হবে।
এদিকটা নেই ওদিকে যাবি নাকি
না না, এই তো এই সরাসরি মারা আছে।
আপনারা সবাই এই দিকটা আসুন
আহা,
প্লিজ
ওই একটু দেখে দিন অন আছে কিনা, ওয়েবটা অন আছে না। এক মিনিট হয়েছে বলেছে। হয়েছে অনলাইন হয়েছে।
ঠিক আছে আসলে কথা বলছি
আমরা এখানে প্রোগ্রামটা
ওই নির্মাণ নয়, ওই আশা করছেন নির্মাণ
श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरि ओम दीपज्योति परम ज्योति दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम्
ততক্ষণে দিতে নি
दीपज्योति परम ज्योति दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् दीपज्योतिर्नमस्ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं सुखसम्पदाः द्वेषबुद्धिविनाशाय आत्मज्योतिर्नमस्ते आत्मज्योति प्रदीप्ताय ब्रह्मज्योतिर्नमस्ते ब्रह्मज्योति प्रदीप्ताय गुरुज्योति नमस्ते।
দেখো কি যাবো
আসুন সবাই একটু হলে
চলে আসুন আপনারা সবাই চলে আসুন চলে আসুন চলে আসুন
রিঙ্কু রিঙ্কু
The only two New Zealand-based scholars honored with fellowship, comparative philosophy and James of 2015, published by Springer. This is his career details, but as a teacher, those who have got the opportunity to study under him and take guidance, we all know he was not only a great philosopher, he was a great human being and very kind at heart. He was always supporting for the students. So that is his love and his dedication has been able to make this program, and it is completely organized by the students of Professor James and associates. So we are very happy to make this happen, and we are very happy that all you have come to participate in this program. So today we have a special guest who is presiding over our program, Swami Revered Swami Supamandaji Maharaj. We will ask him to share words about Professor James because he has a long association.
আমার ঠিক ভালো দেখা যাচ্ছে না কারণ ও শুভাশিস বারবার বলছে আপনি জয়েন করছেন না কেন আমি বুঝতে পারি না মাঝে সাঝে কথা যদি কিছু জিজ্ঞাসা করে বলে আমি জানি না কি করতে হবে
Maya, why is she showing there? Don't you want to have her as? Don't you want to have that as not showing? Make sure she's mute. She's not muted.
Om Janani Sharadam Devi Rama Krishna Jagat Guru Pada Padmita Yoga Sikwa Pranama. I felt welcome. The great leaders of our time, beyond the dais, Professor Varindam Chakravarti.
Professor Sen,
Professor Sen,
Professor Guho,
Professor
and dear audience. So it's a privilege to be present in the meeting where Professor Jaishankar Lal Shaw is being remembered. He left us a few days ago. Till then he used to talk to us even in his deathbed. He used to love us so much. His emails to us will speak for his deep regards and love for the institute. So it is my personal loss. Sometimes I used to hesitate to show the letters to the department concerned. He used to praise so much of me especially. I used to feel very bad to show it to others. So he passed away. When I heard it from Krishna Maharaj, the departmental head of our research unit, this morning he passed away. Really I became upset. I used to know that I used to feel that he would no more be able to come, but he was so much desirous. Why do we love? Because he understood Swamiji the way we do not. We discuss him piecemeal. He was this and that. Some would say something different. Covering all the ongoing philosophies. These are all piecemeal efforts, approaches. I do not know what Arindamda would say when I made this statement. But everywhere we have seen the speakers are discussing Swamiji in the bridge among all the philosophies. He did something which earlier philosophers or even sadhakas didn't dare. But Swamiji did nothing but establishing Sri Ramakrishna in the minds of the world people. That has been Swamiji's contribution. And Professor Joy Shankar Lal ji, he could feel it so sincerely. That is his characteristic features. And that drew him to us. And we used to feel very proud, even to quote him in our lectures. And I used to arrange and rearrange my thought patterns in the light of some of his papers that he presented over here, and he presented personally to me to go through. He had this conviction that he was great. He had this conviction that he was great in thinking along this line. He was the greatest non-parallel. There was no parallel. No one was like him. And his lament was that nobody dare put him as a philosopher. There is no dearth of fake philosophers in the world, but he is the philosopher of philosophers, because in him everything has been synchronized, generalized, and out of him you will get everything. He didn't discard anything, but he joined them together. Vedanta. So what are the different traditions in philosophy that we discuss. These are all fragmented attempts. Just see. Religion and faith. Religion as faith, religion is faith. You have to arrive at that. But we all stopped at that stage. Religion and faith, thought and extension, universal and particular, essence and ancient, form and matter, actual and potential, clear and confused, active and passive, thought and experience, understanding and sense, rational and irrational, linguistic and non-linguistic truths, concept and precepts, you and I. I'll dwell on this aspect only for 2 to 3 minutes only. This one, you and I. There is the trouble. God and man. God is man, not God as man. God and man, dualistic philosophy. God as man, qualified dualistic philosophy of Ramanujam. And God is man, Shankara's Advaita philosophy. Appearance and reality. In Shankara's philosophy, true philosophy, there is no man, God only, God only. But it is Sri Ramakrishna's philosophy, God is man. You and I. Where Swamiji excels others, I'll tell you. Appearance and reality, secular and sacred. We divide every thought, every humanity, every man or woman in terms of duality. But there is a unity, that unifying thread is keeping all these differences, the flowers, together to make a beautiful garland. We'll have to find out the reason, find out the thread itself. We appreciate garland. If there is no thread, there cannot be any garland. Only flowers are there. If you want to get a beautiful garland, then you have to find out the thread which connects every flower. This is the idea. This is a great philosophy of harmony. You and I. So, to have the perfect understanding of this you and I, what we need to have a simple knowledge of arithmetic, I tell you. The I, its plural form is we, isn't it? Huh? But can we have 2 or 3 or 4 I's to make we? Ami, এবং এর plural form is, this plural form of I is we. Ami, amra. It is possible in grammar, but not in philosophy. It is wrong. I cannot be 5,000 crores to produce we. With 500,000 of I, there will be only I, not we. 500 কোটি I দিয়েও we হবে না, I হবে, because I is unique. We need it to complete grammar, but we do not need it in life. That's why soham, Ami say. Aham, I belong to all. I alone am there. তেমনি that way the you, plural form of you is তুমি তোমরা, not তোমরা. তুমি. There cannot be any plural form of you in philosophy. তোমরা. Absent, absurd. We cannot think of 2 you, 3 you, 4 you, 5 you. Similarly, tattvamasi, you are that. So why do we then discuss this I and you and I? Then he, aham brahmasmi, the first one. The second one is tattvamasi. Say, third person singular number, plural number is they. Similarly, they cannot be at all entertained in philosophy. So, সেও আমি, আমি সেই. I am he is I. So that way you have to take everything together. সুতরাং বেদান্ত, স্বামীজির বেদান্ত is not antagonistic to anything that we discuss in philosophy. And Professor Shaw was the champion of that. As if his life's purpose was to establish this fact before the world thinkers. So with these few observations on my part, I take leave of you, and you deliberate on it and re-establish, reinforce his ideas. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you very much to Secretary Maharaj, and we offer our pranams to him. And we must acknowledge that he has been instrumental from the very inception of this program. Without his guidance and cooperation, everything, it could have not been possible, this program. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Now I would like to request Professor Prabal Kumar Sen sir to share his acquaintance and his experiences with Professor Shaw for our students, that how he was, what kind of a person he was, and his acquaintance. Please, sir.
Namaskar to everyone. I won't take much of your time because we are already running late. I had the good fortune of knowing Jashankar Da from 1962. At that time I was a student of philosophy at Presidency College, and he was teaching philosophy at what is now known as Maulana Azad College. And we first met in the library of the Sanskrit College, which allowed students and teachers of other institutions also to become members of the library as a daily reader. And it had a very good stock of books on philosophy. That is how we first met, and gradually our acquaintance grew. I can only say a few things about him. First thing, that he was always very helpful to anyone who wanted to know anything about philosophy. He would go out of his way to help others. So much so that he invited me even twice or thrice to his residence at that time in BT Road, where he could we could discuss different difficult problems of philosophy. He would always give information about important books, where they can be found, and so on. This, uh, and without any self-interest. And the second thing about him was, I have never seen such an industrious person who could work so much. After teaching at college, he became a lecturer in Jadavpur University, and he usually used to take the last period, which was supposed to go up to 4:30, but his classes continued up to 5:30, even beyond that. And he would purchase food for students so that they did not feel hungry. That was his enthusiasm for teaching philosophy. Many other things have been said about him at the very beginning, but I first and foremost remember him not only as a scholar, but as a great human being, a very kind, large-hearted person who had nothing but the good of others and teaching of philosophy. I'm fortunate that I'm present today in his memorial meeting, and I pay my respects to him through you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to sir. Now our next speaker. Now our next speaker, an inaugural address will be delivered by Professor Arindam Chakraborty sir, who does not need any introduction, but still it is a customary to introduce the speaker. Professor Arindam Chakraborty was trained in Western formal logic and classical Indian Nyaya logic and epistemology, and in 20th century British philosopher of language in Kolkata and Oxford, with a DPhil at Oxford University under Sir Michael Dummett and Sir Peter Strawson. He taught at Calcutta University, University College London, University of Washington, Seattle, and University of Delhi. Since 1997, he taught at University of Hawaii, Manoa as Laney Distinguished Professor of Philosophy. Between 2018 and 2020, he occupied the Mattu Chair in Indic Humanities at the Department of Philosophy, Stony Brook University, New York. He edited and authored 14 books in English, Sanskrit, and Bengali, and has published more than 120 papers and reviews in referred journals for anthologies. In 2019, Bloomsbury, London published his critically acclaimed work, Realisms Interlinked, Objects, Subjects, and Other Subjects. Currently, he is finishing the Book of Questions, Indian Philosophical Analysis, under contract with Penguin India. A monograph on the moral psychology of emotions and an introductory monograph on Buddhist philosophy is in the pipeline. From January 2024, he is a professor of philosophy at Ashoka University, Sonipat, Haryana, India. But we are also happy to share our Professor Chakraborty's acquaintance with J.L. Shaw. Professor Shaw, Jai Shankarlal Shaw, was a student of Arindam sir's father, Naresh Chandra Chakraborty sir. And J.L. Shaw sir was in close contact with Professor B.K. Motilal, who was one of the mentors at Oxford of Arindam sir. And Arindam sir and J.L. Shaw sir studied under the same teacher, Guru, Vishwabandhu Tarkotirtha. So he knows for a long time since his time from Oxford. So I would now request Professor Chakraborty to deliver his inaugural lecture. Thank you, sir.
Om
मिथ्या मतिः दुःख समूह कारणम भस्मीकृतम येन हृद अंधकारे सद्धेतु होमाग्निशिखा प्रदीपिता ओंकारनाथम तमहम भजामि. Though all actions are events, all events are not actions. In Indian philosophy, this is somewhat obscured by the fact that under the Vaisheshika enumeration of categories, or more accurately, basic kinds of beings meant by a word, padarthas, the word karma is used, but not to mean human actions, at least not exclusively. In the context of Vaisheshika metaphysics, karma means mainly events, physical events, such as upward movement of a flame of fire, urdhajwalanam, or wavy movement of water, or expansion or contraction. Yet, in the rest of Indian philosophy, karma means consciously done actions for which one has to suffer or enjoy bad and good consequences. In grammar, of course, any action enabler is a karaka, kriyanvai karakam. Navanayayikas like Nirmal Guha would not say kriyanvai karakam, they would say kriyanvaitvam karakatvam, for good reasons. Whatever is already accomplished, that is a fact, or to be done, I am quoting Bhartrihari's definition of a kriya in the Prakirana Kanda, third volume of Trikandi, which is Bhakyapadiyam. What is a kriya? In fact, if anybody translated that book, which is independently very interesting, the first problem of the translator is to say, is it an analysis of actions? Is it an analysis of events? Or is it an analysis of verbs? Because when a Vyakarana says kriya, he might mean what Chomskyan analysis says, MP, VP, VP, verb phrase. But the phrase is not kriya. It is kriya padam. So Bhartrihari defines whatever is already accomplished or is to be done, siddheva, sadhyeva, or yet to happen, when it is spoken of as if it is to be done. And that is called kriya because it assumes the form of a sequence of steps. Ashrita kramarupatvat. This becomes crucial in the big part 2 of Ishvara Pratyabhijna Vimarshini, which is called Kriyadhikara, and the whole discussion is of kramikata, successiveness. Right? As we know, in the discussion of causality, second analogy of the first critique, the main discussion is the distinction between objective succession and subjective succession. And that sequentiality is what makes a kriya kriya. By the way, that English that I quoted, my translation, the Sanskrit is worth listening to. Yavat siddham asiddham va sadhyatvena avidiyate ashrita kramarupatvat tat kriya ityabhidiyate. Old Nyaya, of course, uses the term pravritti. In the second verse, which I was alluding to intertextually in my today morning composed Mangala Shloka, Mithya Matir Dukkha Samuha Karanam, there the word pravritti is there, because the second sutra, first sutra has the 16 prameya, 16 padarthas. Second sutra, dukkha janma pravritti dosha, mithya jnananam uttarapaya, tadanantarapaya, tapavarga, etc. Pravritti. And Nyaya clearly says pravritti stands for morally responsible actions, which, to use Strawson's words, you can resent. And the fact that they are free actions for Strawson is known by the fact that we can give credit and blame for them. So our resentment is the only meaning that the action was done freely. And this will be one of the things that I get from Vyutpattivada about doing. Vatsyayana mentions pravritti, examples. Murder, stealing, fornication, lying, bearing a grudge against others, etc., as examples of evil actions done by body. Bearing a grudge is a mental act. And we are very tempted to say that cognition or coming to know something is a mental act. Not so in Nyaya, ever. So, although grammatically, aham ghatam pashyami, devadatta parvatam pashyati. Devadatta is seeing. Parvatam janati. He knows. Why isn't that a kriya? Well, it's a kriya pada. Janati. Gyan dhatu. Jayant has big arguments. Why? And I'll come to that. When my father died, right at that time, I could say, he's dying. Obviously, it's only a crazy grammarian who would say, well, he's doing something. He's busy dying. No, he's not. It's happening to him. Linguistically, he was the subject of the verb to die. Of course, it's not a transitive verb, right? Unless it was pronounced dye, which after a certain age some people do to their hair. They dye them. In a sense, gradual sequential process. I did not look for an agent. Who is doing the dyeing? Grammatically, both are verbs. Dyeing signifies an event, not an action. But killing signifies an action. Hence, Wittgenstein's Tractatus has this unlikely sentence, death is not an event in life. I always explain that to students, saying that it presupposes it is an event, but not an event in the life of the dead person. Very interesting question about Kriya. Correspondingly, Janmero Prathama Shubhakkhan. If death is not an event in my life, it's not something I did, right? Unless I committed suicide. Even then, suicide has two acts or two kriyas. One is killing myself, that can be an act. The other is successfully, which means I die, which is not an action but an event. And hopefully, if you are not totally a friendless person, then when you die, it's an event in other people's room. I'm hoping that, unless I become really delinquent, then in Bhasha's life, my death will be an event, not in. Yeah. When it rains, event. Verb, it is raining. At least a modern scientific man does not ask, who is raining? You may wonder what all this has to do with Gadadhara's Vyutpattivada. My talk is about this book, Gadadhara's Vyutpattivada, and partly on two essays by J.L. Austin, the philosopher of language. The first essay is called A Plea for Excuses. Right? Since I am not responsible for starting late, I make no promises that I'll cut short my paper, okay? And neither should Nirmal, or you should do that. The audience can go and have lunch while we still discuss, in good tradition of Jai Shankar Babu. Funny incident. It's nothing very respectful, but this what's his name, Bhattacharya Shu, who is organizer here, Sushanta told me, sir, please tell some anecdotes about. There are many anecdotes. I remember one which is very endearing, is that one day I wasn't invited, but I was helping him dress up. So there was a All Souls College special dinner, high table dinner, in which Professor Motilal had only one guest he could take. So his wife and I, we were complaining that, why don't you take us, like one of us? He said, no, I will take Jai Shankar. So Jai Shankar Babu was also dressed up. And there is dress code. Everybody will have to wear a suit and a bow tie. So Bimal Krishna Motilal, who was the handsomest of all professors that I have, ever been taught by, he was very, very handsome. And so he was all dressed up. And then from top to bottom, like going into the car and everything, Professor Motilal was in a party mood. But Jai Shankar Babu was constantly talking. And Motilal finally said, he was saying, sir, this in the fifth definition of Vyapti Panchak, this particular avachedaka, how it should be done, and so on. And Bimal Babu said, we are now getting down, we are going to high table, there will be great Oxford dons, please don't talk about these things. And then as soon as the dinner finished, he started talking again. So when Motilal came back home, I was still at home. And how was the dinner, we asked. And then Motilal said, well, Jai Shankar just somehow gulped the food and started again open discussion. So he said, Jai Shankar, take a photograph of me and Arindam. I was not very well dressed at that time. And I hated the idea of ties. I mean, we had regular debates. Why do we succumb to this mark of slavery, etc., etc. But sir was very, wearing this bow tie. So Jai Shankar Babu is taking a photograph. And Bimal Babu is posing. And so Bimal Babu said, make sure that the bow tie shows. And he took the photograph. And we checked. Like modern camera, so you could check what the photograph was like. Or maybe it was an Instamatic or something like immediate photo came out. And there was, Motilal's head was cut. And the bow tie showed. So he said, what have you done? Bimal said, yes, sir, I was following your instruction. You said it should show. I said, Motilal said, it should show does not mean that my head should not show. So there is no pratibadya pratibandhaka bhav between my head and my... Yeah, so that's the only incident I'll talk about. But we should stop doing this Vyakti Puja, and we should continue the work that he has done. That's what we should do. Now, I'll be talking today only of the notion not of Kriya, but of Karta, Kartritva. And Karta has been defined beautifully as by Panini in the Lakshana, Swatantra Karta. And he has given a list of 7 meanings of Kartritva or agency. Who is the doer? That's why my paper is called Who Did It? In fact, there is an American slang of referring to detective novels. They are called whodunits, to find the murderer. Of course, if it was West Bengal, the main human action would not be murder. That would be in Hitler Germany. It would be rape. Who raped? Which can be discussed for many, many weeks. But that's the nature of, the politics here now. X is an independent agent if X started acting before drawing his power from other aiding factors, such as the instruments. So, who organized this conference? Who? Somebody who began the idea and started acting without getting help from others. Prak anyata shakti labhat. Later on, he might get associates and helpers, aids, but prag anyata shakti labhat. First criterion. Second, X retained his preeminence by subjugating all other contributors to the action. Nyagbhava apadanatapi. Subjugating others. That's the mark of a karta. Tad adhina pravrittitvat. If X, the operations of all other causal factors are subject to the permission and prodding and functioning of X. Okay? Tad adhina pravrittitvat. And then pravrittanam nivartanat. He can stop any time. Beautiful story. My teacher, Prabal Babu, drew my attention to it long, long ago, maybe 25 years ago. It's in Yashomitra's Futartha commentary in explaining Sahabhu Hetu, a kind of cause that the Abhidharma philosophers said. They have these 4 causes, Samanantara Pratyaya, Adhipati Pratyaya, Alambana Pratyaya, and then Sahabhu Hetu. Sahabhu Hetu means if an event E is the effect, to find out the cause, you should call every other event except that E is a cause. How come? Yashomitra Sfutartha gives this example. In a remote village, a poor man got his daughter married. After the marriage was done, he makes a long trip to the capital of the country to give a gift of gratitude to the king. And he said, "Sir, thank you for causing my daughter's wedding." The king says, "I don't know who you are. I did nothing. I don't even know you. How did I cause it?" He says, "You could have stopped it. You did not." So, pravrittanam nivartanat, that becomes kartritva. Somebody who has the negative capability, to use a different phrase from literary theory. Then, if X is irreplaceable or non-substitutable with any surrogate in the context of love relationship, this is called by Martha Nussbaum fungibility. A love relationship is not properly love relationship if anyone in that place would do, if it is replaceable by others. That's not. There should be irreplaceability. So, and praviveke adrishtatvat pratinidhe. You can't choose somebody else as a representative of that. That is kartritva. And then finally, if X can get the action done, even if indirectly from a distance, right? So very often, the karta may not be present when the actual action is happening, right? This is like killing with a hired murderer, but the real murder is done by somebody else. And aradapyupakaratvat. Arad. So, now, not all verbs, Jayanta says, in Nyaya Manjari, I'm mixing up Nyaya Manjari, Bhajyari, etc., stands for action. Not all verbs stand for action. In the context of the debate with the Mimamsaka, who says, Bhatta Mimamsaka, that jnana is kriya, kriya cannot be perceived, it is phalanumeya, therefore jnana cannot be perceived, therefore jnana has to be known by arthapatti, and hence jnatata, lingaka, anumana, etc., etc. So, Jayanta shows off his detailed knowledge of Paninian grammar. He wrote a vritti on Panini's sutras, so he was called Vrittikara, with the singular present tense form of a verb, gandati. What does gandati mean? It's a paradigm example, is gandati kapolam. A part of the face is called gandati. Well, the face part, how can that be a kriya? So Jayanta gives examples. I won't give the Sanskrit examples. English is very helpful here. We say the book falls into 5 parts. The book is not falling. Its parts are called falls. The house faces east. It's not that the house goes and faces. House does nothing. But part of the house is so placed that it faces east. So Gandati is, he said Janati is like that. It looks like a verb, but it does not mean any kriya. But there are deeper issues about all doings before we come to the doer. In fact, I could have called my essay Indeed, because it's about deeds. There are 6 bhava vikaras, or modifications of a body, of an embodied object. Changes. And they are all expressed by verbs. The first one is the eternal problem of philosophy. Asti, exists. What is it doing to exist? Now the Buddhists take it seriously. Every moment it shows the capacity to produce something. Artha kriyakaritvam, astitvam. Well, does that mean, what does it produce? Well, it produces its next moment's phase. So every moment of an entity, this thing is existing for 3 seconds. I mean, hopefully a little more, but first second produces the phase of the second, and so on. You think that is the hardest problem? What kind of doing is existing? That you can set aside. You are, as Wittgenstein would say, you are being trapped or duped by language. You're caught in you're being deceived by linguistic framework. But what about Jayate? Gets born, comes into being. Small book by Aristotle, coming into being and passing away. Small book. Coming into being. Whose job is that? Ankuro Jayate. Let's not involve the US Supreme Court about, whose work is that, who is being born. But who is working when something is being born? Because the process of being born, Jayate, comes from when the thing is not there up to when it is there. So the process starts when the thing is not there. So what kind of kriya without the karta present? Kartri pragabhava samana kalinam. It's swapragabhava samana kale. Kim karoti? It's pre-birth absence is there. But jayate. I think Wittgenstein would say, birth is not an event in my life. It is a pretty traumatic event in my mother's life. Right? I was suffering a lot, although I did not give birth. But we were both working, and a lot of classes in Seattle. And in Seattle General Hospital, this little daughter was born. And Michael Dammit, who was very easily annoyed, and he was, if I called from Seattle, he would have to run to the telephone, so he would be very annoyed. But we would write, in 6 months once he'd write a long letter. So he wrote to me that I understand your frustration as a father who has no help at home. Although I have had like 5 children, but my wife used to say that anyone who after having the first child has another child must be suffering from amnesia. He wrote to me. So thing is, birth is a pretty traumatic event in the parents. It is not an event that anybody, especially the person being born, remembers. Viparinamate, I can understand, changes. So, asti jayate vardhate, grows. The most enjoyable activity. Except that we forget that to grow is to grow old. So growing means coming closer to death. Apakshiyate, decays, and vinashyati, another event, another kriya. Who does that? Dying, vinashyati. The concept of kartritva, agency, has been the center of philosophical controversy in 20th century and even 21st century. In fact, tomorrow morning, after going back at 1 a.m. today in Haryana, tomorrow morning my class is 100 students class, is on freedom as a characteristic of human actions. Now, what Gadadhara has to say about agency in this fascinating passage of Vyutpattivada, where he discusses the case of somebody killing a Brahmin by accident. When he had shot an arrow made of iron, is called Naracha. Not just Shara, but Naracha. And it was arrow, he was a hunter. His arrow was aimed at a deer. But the deer ran fast. By the time arrow reaches, following the deer, a Brahmin boy came, and so his arrow goes and kills the Brahmin. Big discussion. Has he done Brahmahatya or not? And here is the text. Mukhyam tu kriya kartritvam, Vyutpattivada Gadadhara, the great Navanayayika, na kriyanukula kritimatram. If you sit down and you plan everything, anukula kriti, you have the will. But you are not the nimitta karana of the death. That is not enough for kartritva. Eka kriya vishayaka kritita yatra nantariyaka kriyantara nirvaha statra tat kritimata stat kriya kartritva bhavat. He is talking about the huge problem in practical ethics and applied ethics of secondary effects of an action. Right? I am taking off the mask of somebody during COVID. I am not promoting. I am not giving him the virus. I just said, I can't hear what you are saying. Just take it off. and I took it off. As a result of my action, eka kriya krititah na antariya kriya. Another kriya is happening. I am causing him to contract the COVID. And if he dies of that, have I caused it? Ataeva. Now it says something, and that we should. The sentence, it's best understood in Hindi, but in Sanskrit it goes like this. It has happened because of me, but I didn't do it. Hindi is beautiful in this. मुझसे हो गया, मैंने नहीं किया, गलती हो गई. Then he gives the example. Anyodeshena, with some other purpose, narachakshepat, with a different purpose, I shot an arrow. Yatra brahmanavada marananukulasya narachaksheparupa vyaparasya kriti vishayatvepi. Didn't I shoot the arrow deliberately? Of course. Voluntarily? Of course. In order to kill? Yes. But not to kill that boy. Kriti vishayatve api brahmana marana anukulattvena tasya anabhisanhitatvat. Tena rupena kriti vishayatvam na tadrisha vyaparasya iti brahmana vadattvena kartritvam na tadrisha vyapara karturiti na tasya sampurna prayaschittam. So, the kind of ritualistic responsibility taking, he will have to do a prayaschitta for causing the killing of something, but not of Brahmana Vada. Why? Why not? So then he discusses. There could be 3 kinds of cases. He has no intention of killing anything, but he did something. Maybe he was practicing how to throw, in a target. And right when he is practicing in the bullseye, a Brahmin comes. He has no kriti, no cheshta, no will to kill. But in the first case, he does and go and kill somebody, actually. Our intuition, linguistic intuition, this is a phrase that should be revived. Austin says what we do, ordinary language analytical philosophers, it is called linguistic phenomenology. This is the word he uses, Austin. Linguistic phenomenology. What sounds right as an interpretation. And I'll show how disambiguation is used in language. What does it mean in this context? So that's the first case. No intention of killing, but actually, physically, it is the cause of killing. Direct cause, not a subsidiary cause. It's not an effect of an effect, but a direct effect, the death. Second is, I have full intention. I want that Brahmin to die. Right? It's like, some of us, frankly speaking, are waiting that Donald Trump dies. We are not doing anything for that. Not just we, I hope most of the world. So we have the full desire. But we are not causing it. Now is the tricky case. Suppose we have the desire and we cause it separately. Are we then karta? The other says even that is not enough. And this is the point. So, this brings me to a discussion. We don't need to read the text here. But why am I comparing him to J.L. Austin? So the two papers that I am looking at, it's all in one book, Philosophical Papers by J.L. Austin, which the first essay of that is performative constitutive, and go on like that. The first paper is called A Plea for Excuses, which is a study of excuses, right? The second paper, I don't think even Austin enthusiasts in Calcutta take that paper seriously. They should. It's a paper in jurisprudence. But the paper is called 3 Ways of Spilling Ink. Somebody spilled ink, and Austin says we should distinguish between the sentence, meaning of the sentence, he spilled ink on purpose. Second, he spilled ink willfully. You would say that's the same. No, it's not the same. And thirdly, he spilled ink intentionally. Right? Whatever he did, he moved his hand, ink spilled. That action is not a reflex action. He did that action intentionally, but he did not spill the ink, not with the purpose of spilling the ink. So you have to distinguish those. I'll tell a very minor autobiographical detail. So for the last 10 years, I wanted to write a paper on just war theory, which I have taught sometimes. And I wanted to call it 3 Ways of Spilling Blood. Disappointment. This year, I found in an international relations book, somebody has written 3 Ways of Spilling Blood, talking about Austin. And his main discussion is how come peace-loving countries with other political intentions, who never wanted to start a war, they knew that it is against their own, country's welfare to start the war. But they end up, obviously, not as a natural calamity. When a war is started, it is not like earthquake. Somebody willfully starts a war. And I won't talk any more about this. Let me go back. But the thing is, it is so important, and we'll see how Austin gives an example, exactly making the point that Gadadhara is making. What we learn, besides all the technical subtleties from this exercise, little exercise of understanding that sentence, it has happened from me, due to me, but I did not do it. Right? Na maya kritam. Mujhse ho gaya, maine nahi kiya. Now you would say, this is technical, I only interested, or maybe somebody in, Jindal Law University, they may be interested. There's a law university in Salt Lake also, I've heard. But then, it is at the heart of even the Bhagavad Gita. Because Arjuna asks, Atha kena prayuktoyam papam charati purushaha anichannapi varshne baladiva niyojita. And that's the excuse. What can I do? My circumstances forced me to do it. We all get into those excuses. Few of us take responsibility. Right? But this is the problem. Because I would say, that is not what I wanted to do. What I did ended up being that. This is not an academic problem. This is the problem that makes and breaks human lives. Just think about such an important human activity of making a baby. Deliberately, on purpose, intentionally, unintentionally, anichanna pivarshne. Bala diva niyojita. Even if the bala is coming from yourself, but we feel something. Duryodhana had a clear thing. He blamed Krishna for all of this. Tvaya rishikesha hridisthitena yatha nijuktosmi tatha karo. But this is obviously a bad excuse. Right? But on the other hand, everything that happens, mujhse jo kuch hota hai, सब मैंने करा, मैंने किया, ये कैसे होगा? It cannot be like that. It is here that I find striking similarity between Gadadhara's method of linguistic analysis and Austin's famous essay called A Plea for Excuses. Instead of discussing the example in a footnote of killing one's neighbor's donkey by accident, this is Austin's footnote, or by mistake, but Austin also discusses some real-life court cases where the attendant of a lunatic asylum scalds, that is, burns by hot water, an inmate to death by turning on the hot water tap in a bathtub and forgetting to turn it off while he had to divert attention to another inmate. And Austin says, and law courts will tell you, how do they proceed? Somebody wants to prosecute them and call him the criminal. He is supposed to be responsible for those. So, 2 bathtubs of crazy people, hot, cold water, 2 types, and very hot water which will burn by mistake. And if the person is honest, they might ask, do you like this inmate? No. People who take care of mad people are not fond of them always, because they make life hell. So he was asked, did you want him to die? He said, yes. Did you notice what you were doing? Yes. Did you yourself turn on the hot water? Yes. But I didn't kill him. Why? Because I didn't turn on the hot water with the purpose of killing him, although that is one of my desires. Both have to be. So that purpose has to be there as causally relevant. So this characterization of kriti vishayatva, tasya maranam mama ishta sadhanam. I want him to die. It is my ishta sadhana. So ishta sadhanata jnanam is there. And I am the nimitta karana. But I have not, the cause is not in the role with that avachedaka of my ichha vishayatva. Ishta sadhanata jnana is not the prompter of my action. So they have fallen apart. Beautiful example. Some examples are very complicated. As I drive up, quotation from Austin, somebody is driving in alone. I see that there is broken glass on the roadway outside my home. So I throw, just outside my home, there is broken glass. And I don't want to, sharp glass, I don't want to hurt myself. So I throw away, like all good Indian citizens do, to the footpath, as we call it, pavement. Very likely, I throw the glass on the sidewalk at this pavement intentionally. It's not that, somebody is taking my hands and forcing me to put it in the glass, But I did not. And then a pedestrian walks, and he accidentally is walking barefoot. Not my problem. Why did he do that? And he hurts himself, and it becomes gangrene, and it loses a foot. In the court case comes, who threw the glass? the broken glass? I did. Did you do that unconsciously, mechanically? No, intentionally. Right? What caused the wound? That broken glass. But did I do it on purpose? Intentionally, voluntarily, but not on purpose. In fact, we could complicate this example to suit Gadadhara's taste. Suppose the person who got injured is a neighbor whom I hate, and I have been independently intending that he gets injured. Here, both the throwing of the glass by me is intentional rather than instinctive or reflex action, and the injury is intended, and it is clear that one intended event had caused another intended event. Still, I did not injure him on purpose. Hence, I don't have agency to the injury because I did not plan the throwing of the glass on the sidewalk as a means to causing the injury. Austin also taught us how to distinguish the meanings of agency ascribing adverbs such as directly, deliberately, intentionally, voluntarily, knowingly, and on purpose, as well as of excusing agency mitigating adverbs such as accidentally, indirectly, unwittingly, against one wish, under duress. Being employed by another, somebody else told me. Like whenever I'm kind of regretting, only occasionally, coming to this conference for whatever reason, I am thinking I was under duress because Nirmal Legua told me you must come to this. Okay, I'm not making it up, but in any case. So now, conclusion. What was the point of this exercise in comparative philosophy of language and action? To show that Vyutpativada is not just an arcane, amazingly difficult, but very juicy, logically, ethically, document of Navya scholastic analysis specific to the Sanskrit language and meaning. It's more than that, but a living text with many contact points with contemporary Western philosophy, the ultimate criterion of relevance for us. But the paper was also designed to encourage the present-day English-speaking and Sanskrit reading, if not Sanskrit-speaking scholars of Gadadhara, to do further research. Gadadhara need not be the last word. Jail Shah on Gadadhara need not be the last word. In fact, we are in a subject called philosophy where a better tribute is paid to somebody if you make a small, modest criticism and say, this is where your account does not cover this case, and I'll have to do. And it would be, height of stupidity if somebody says, how could you go against your teacher, or how could you, we are not all Raghunathas, but we can make a slight change, right? Gadadhara did anticipate Austin's valuable insight that in order to figure out the nature of morally significant agency, we must study good and bad excuse sentences. For example, if not that murder example, but the much more common example, at least with me, unfortunately, is you hurt somebody with your words. And you say, I know it happened due to my words, but I did not do it. And then the worst kind of incrimination of the other person. The other person is not only suffering, I make them responsible. I said, they misunderstood me. Whose responsibility is misunderstanding? Obviously the misunderstander. And I did not do, but the misunderstanding happened due to. And I am trying to sound very high morality, but it is actually a very annoying practical issue that because people do all sorts of bizarre misunderstandings, but it's not bizarre to them. And if I say, well, if I was careful enough, I should have thought of imaginatively that this is a misunderstanding that is possible. So, I mean, ultimately then one should not talk to anyone, which would be really, I mean, my life's dream. But it doesn't happen even for 5 minutes. So, Gadadhara, so including dharmashastric debates about sins and penalties, and as I said, whether the act was done freely, swatantra karta, the doer is somebody who satisfies Bhattacharya's criteria of doing it freely, which is actually, as Davidson would say, it's an adverbial matter. It's a manner of doing. It's not first one moment, make the will, next moment, entertain the counterfactual, I might not have done it, I have the freedom not to do it, and then do the action so it's done freely. No, it's a way of doing it. Just as driving fast is not first doing fast, and then driving. Similarly, doing acting freely is not two events. You should not look at the antecedents of a free action. All of this has been discussed a lot. What I am trying to say is that this is something that is discussed a lot in Indian philosophy. And here there is an interlude from the Mahabharata. Just as it is a great loss of us that we don't treat Vivekananda as a philosopher, it is a greater loss to us that we don't take the entire Mahabharata as a textbook of philosophy, of metaphysics, of ethics, of philosophy of language, including speech act theory. If you go to Sulabha's dialogues about what is an act of speaking supposed to be like. Towards the end of the Mahabharata, the question who or what is responsible for this gruesome genocide, Mahabharata, center of the Mahabharata, is the war, the battle. Lots of people die. And the climax of that is Stri Parva. Just read Stri Parva. So many people dead, soldiers. They were all Prajojyakarta. They were not starting the war. They were doing Anyata Shakti Labhat. So they are getting it from the kings, the big shots, Yudhishthira and Duryodhana. They are deciding to employ some like in the American Civil War. Black people are fighting against abolition of slavery, against their own best interests, because they are doing other people's will. So, and this keeps coming back. Entire Shanti Parva has gone on discussing this question of violence, who is responsible, this, that. Yudhishthira is dying of, lament and guilt. But then starts book 13, Anushasana Parva. Actually, Amitadi has an essay on this event. To promote the virtue of forgiveness, the following parable is told at the start of Anushasana Parva, 13th book of teaching. A poisonous snake bites and kills the only son of a pious woman called Gautami. A hunter hungry for retribution locates, catches and ties up the snake and brings it to Gautami, the mother, the bereaved mother, for retribution. Gautami points out that such retribution is pointless because it will not bring her dead son back. The hunter keeps insisting that she must see her son's killer killed. The hunter says. At this point, the snake manages to stick its head out and argues that the death of the son must have been predestined by destiny, Kala. And that because he did not kill anyone willfully or knowingly. Of course, he willfully did the biting, but not on purpose, as it were, because he doesn't even know who that kid is. He could not be blamed or punished. He is giving a plea and an excuse. I have no will of my own. You foolish fowler, he says to the hunter. You are such a fool. You think snakes bite because they hate you? No, it's like Niraj Sri Chaudhary was asked on his 100th birthday, why do you write? And in an interview, he answered, why do you think the tiger bites? Right? So the snake bites, that's its swabhav, not out of any spite against the child, but being propelled by death. I have bitten this. Death has used me as an instrument. Therefore, the sin, if any, when the fowler responds that the snake deserves to be killed, even if it has been employed by someone else, the argumentative snake enters into a deeper discourse on the metaphysics of causation. He, like Hume, says, I bit, then he died. There is no necessary causal connection. It's like a billiard ball kind of thing. And claims that as an instrument akin to a potter's wheel and a pivotal rod, it is not independent and thus cannot be an agent. I am not swatantra, so I cannot be the karta. Death itself now appears. Yama Kala. Yama is an interesting devata. He has many, many faces. In the Tarpana mantras, all the names are to be studied. Yamaya, Dharmarajaya, Mrityave, Mrityu, Antakaya cha, Vaivasvataya, Kalaya, Sarvabhuta Kshayaya cha, Audumbaraya, Dadanaya, Nilaya, Paramashtine, Brikodaraya, Chitraya, Chitraguptaya. Many varieties of secrets are concealed in the book of death. Chitragupta. So, Gautami remains unshaken in her decision to forgive the snake. Not because she is generous, because her grief always reminds her punishing anyone will not bring the child back. It is noteworthy that God does not make any appearance in the story, either as a killer or as a redeemer. In an earlier chapter, a wise bird tells a human being, destiny, daiva, and human agency work in reciprocal dependence. The noble ones take good initiatives, while eunuchs worship destiny. Mahabharata says. I start with this story for these two reasons. First, to show that the ethical concept of agency with which the Mahabharata was concerned and which is connected to the question of whose fault is it? Who is to blame in case of action or its result, kriya and phala, cannot be entirely disconnected from the grammatical semantic concept of agency with which Bhartrihari, Gadadhara and Austin are concerned. Secondly, by discussing the Mahabharata and Navya Nyaya in the same breath, in the same paper, I wanted to underline that these two lifelong preoccupations of Professor Bimal Krishna Motilal were connected at bottom. Okay, just last conclusion. Gadadhara anticipates Austin's valuable insight by about 200 years, and in order to figure out the nature of, actually more than that, 250 years, of morally significant agency, we must study good and bad excuses. But in the light of many new cases pointed out by contemporary Western ordinary language philosophers such as Austin and his followers, we must deepen, sophisticate, and extend Gadadhara's analysis to explain problem cases not thought of by Gadadhara. Professor J.L. Shaw started that work in multiple areas of philosophy of language and philosophy of logic. When done in an English language, which is our advantage to go from Sanskrit to English, enriched and informed by analysis of action sentences, as in the famous classic, 1965 classic by Donald Davidson, Actions, Reasons and Causes, and the next one, 67, which is the logical form of an action sentence. Then this work can spontaneously turn into creative expository work, can, unbeknownst to us, turn into some creative new points. Instead of doing that hard work, as Sir said, with the industriousness that Professor Shaw taught us, if we just claim that Gadadhara was a much more complex and advanced thinker, and we had said that long ago, what Austin and others are saying now, we would not help develop or invigorate Indian philosophy of language or the linguistic approach to Indian ethics. It will be merely a bad excuse for stagnation and revivalism and self-indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Professor Chakraborty for delivering the inaugural lecture, and we are thankful and happy. So there are few people who want to ask something if there is, so we can allow 2 questions. If you have any question, you can ask and sir will answer. Yeah.
Hello.
Sir, namaskar. It may seem a bit naive on my part to ask you this question, but just I wanted to know, while referring to the question of doing, non-doing, and also karma, action and other things, you referred to in a definite perspective to Bhartihari and also to Gadadhar and Austin. My question is, while bringing in absence and presence in this context, may I also refer to Derrida, or may I connect these with Derrida? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I haven't read all of Derrida. What I know of the general nature of his work, and I've read some books, I don't think he will participate in this problem space or this discourse, partly because the main style of his thinking is to feel the same problems of freedom, this, that, but then what he calls deconstruct. Like any connection, like we are trying to actually define agency. Who is the karta? Who is the doer? He finds, like ancient skeptics or Sextus Empiricus, any attempt at defining any concept is doomed to failure. So I would salute him from a distance and not engage with him on this.
Sir, a very small question. Your title of your lecture is Who Did It? Why it is in past? You may write Who Does It?
Right. Very good question, very good question. Even when Bhartrihari defines a kriya, he defines it in all the 3 tenses. An accomplished action, and an action which is happening now, and an action which one is contemplating for the future. The question would completely change. Let's start with the future. If I said, who will do it? Right? It will not be this discussion of who is responsible for it. It will be a discussion almost of, can we predict the future? So the problem will shift. That's why I am not including future doings. What is left is present. Here, in the discussion of time, Nyaya Sutra reports an old view, especially about action. Suppose that even in any inanimate object, like a fruit, is getting detached from the branch high up and falling. This old view was that this falling can be divided into two parts. One, the distance that has already covered, and the second part, that which it will yet to cover. And then it says, there is nothing in between the two. Vartamana bhava patita patitavya vibhagat. If I have given a reason why it is not future action, if there is no present action, then the only actions about which we can clearly raise the question, who is the karta, would be an action already done. Now, if this sounds like a technical answer involving other such debatable things as whether there is any present tense or not, then there is a simpler answer. Great Greek philosophers, and Socrates talked about this, Kierkegaard quotes this, said that human life and the actions that we perform are to be done forward-lookingly, but understood backward-lookingly. We can only understand what we have done after our actions have been done. This wisdom has been preserved in a rather masculinist sentence, but a good sentence, making the same point. Urbe shoti, purbe shoti, urbe chai, tabe shotir gun gai. Because the full action is not yet done until the last. I have to add something else here. So, like who is doing, why not? That was the question. So there was a humorist in Hollywood, in black and white movie, the great likes of whom has never achieved, even, not before Woody Allen, better than Woody Allen, and definitely better than Kapil Sharma. And this guy was called Groucho Marx. So, one of his early skits, there's a dialogue. So a British guy, he's acting as, is asked, where were you born? And he says, in Blackpool, England. So then they say, where did you go to school? He said, in Blackpool, England. And then he is asked, where do you work? Where do you do a job now? He says, in Blackpool, England. So then the man, asking the question, very politely says, you have lived all your life in Blackpool, England. He says, not yet. Any other question?
Thank you very much, sir. And if you have other questions.
I would like to hear his paper. And if it is after lunch, then it'll be, it's 1 o'clock. We can definitely go till 2 o'clock for lunch, no?
But there is this program, President Maharaj is here, so they will have lunch also, so maybe our time will
Okay. No, this is important. Let's have. And if there are questions to both of us, we can ask. Nirmala, you should start.
Yeah, now we still have few minutes before our lunch, so if you have any questions, please raise it. Yeah.
Hey, I said before lunch, Nirmala's paper. আমাকে বলেছে একজন। করো। না আমি ওর খুব শক্ত পেপার আছে সৎ প্রতিপক্ষের ওপর। হ্যাঁ দেখছি। But didn't he work on this before? I mean, like, before it started, you were working on that. আমি শুনতে আসি আর খেতে আসি চলে যাবে ও আচ্ছা না আশা করি আপনি প্রশ্ন করতেন না একজন ছিলেন ফাঁকে তিনি এরকম হতেই পারেন না তার নাম ছিল প্রবীর হুই তাকে তো উনি খুব বুদ্ধালু হ্যাঁ উনি খুব সাহায্য করতেন
It's okay. Fine. Why is it doing this? Okay. So, Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. So, this is more than a presentation, this is rather a question. So, I would request you guys to help me a bit to formulate something because this is a semi-technical paper. The topic is very technical. I would try to be as non-technical as possible. So I would ask Professor Arindam Chakraborty and all of you to kind of, to rather help me see a few things. It's a very old problem which has been harassing me and long Probal Sen with this question. And then we had a small discussion, but then definitely I had the question. It never kind of went off. But then so I would, that is the reason I'm presenting this, because it is a question I do have. Now this is basically from Tattva Chintamani of Gangesha, and my source is Mathuri and Tattva Chintamani both. Professor Shaw wrote a beautiful paper. You see the name of it, it's a huge name, and there although he has kind of touched upon most Hetwabhasas and stuff, Somebody who eats strawberries every day will be suffering from this peculiar disease. And somebody who consumes blackberries every day would never suffer from this disease. So in separation, either of these would seem fine, right? Yeah, what's the problem? Okay, somebody who eats strawberries every day would have a disease, and somebody who eats blackberries every day would never have the disease. It should be fine, right? But then they're not fine, because you suddenly find a boy who consumes both strawberries and blackberries every day. And you cannot cut his stomach, you cannot go and check his toilet, you just have to infer. If perception doesn't help you. So perception doesn't help you, what will you do? The problem we have. Now this is not why? Because simply, if I try to infer that this boy has cognitive stickers, then he's having blueberries which are against me. And if I try to infer this boy doesn't have cognitive stickers, then he's having strawberries every day would go against me, right? Look at the peculiar thing. I don't think this is discussed in any other logic. I think only logic has isn't it original. I think there's you, you might not find it anywhere else. Now, how is it a problem for us? We would like to see. No, this is mutual logic, right? No, it's how it works. Again, this is for students who are studying the IIM. It is a very simple understanding of how it may work. Now, we have some kind of a database in our mind. So let us discuss one subject who has some database. And the database has it that a hill H1 does not have fire, and anything having smoke has fire. So go somewhere, finds two hills, H1 and H2. No problems. That person finds fire on H2. So easily, his database would be enriched by another piece of coefficient. That is where H2 has fire or H2 has smoke, and then it would interact with anything having smoke as fire. So let's like this. You at the interactive area, some processing is going on, right? And then as a result of that, this can easily have this piece of cognition that H2 has fire. No problem. Is if somebody should H2 has fire. Somebody says that H1 has smoke, right? What will happen? It goes to the processing area. H2 has smoke. And the person knows it is there on his database that H2 does not have fire, right? Okay, so somebody tells him H2 has H1 has smoke. It goes to the processing area and it interacts with anything having smoke and fire, and it tends to generate. Well, therefore, H1 has fire. But then the problem is that person knows it is there on his database that H1 does not have fire, right? What will happen in this case? This will work as some kind of a blocker, you see. So it is some kind of a containment security. So you try to generate something here, some inference here. If all is well, it will easily pass through the whole thing, through whole jail, whatever the imprisonment, whatever you call it. If there is any problem anywhere, if there is any defect, any contradictory thing on his database, right? Then what happens? One or more gates close, right? As in this. In this case, what is getting closed? It is simply H2 doesn't have fire, which is Badha dosha. You can see, because what is the inferential claim? H1 has fire, which is derived from H1 has smoke, and anything having smoke has fire, right? So it tries to it tends to generate a cognition like that, but then that thing that H1 does not have fire blocks it, right? So this is how we can conceptualize this scheme of generating inference, and then finally, what is it we are finally doing? We're enriching our database, right? We are having more and more valid cognitions. That is what we are all the time doing. We need valid cognitions every moment, right? That is exactly what we are doing. But then the problem is, You see, why Gangesha says that the blocking cognition must be a valid one? Because otherwise, I can have an illusory blocker, right? You very validly and correctly tell me that, well, there is something in Bihar, some problem, right? And because of something I have heard or whatever, some inferential cognition, I have an illusion. I'm coming from Bihar. Actually, I'm coming from Bihar. I have an illusion. I didn't see that or something, right? And I would say, no, it is not happening because of it, based on that illusion. So Gangesha wants to preclude cases of illusion. So illusory cases, illusory cognitions could be blocking cognitions, but their objects are not fallacies, right? Because after all, they don't represent any fact, right? So Gangesha wants a blocking cognition to represent only a fact, nothing else. But that has got the problem. What? It is basically this. What happens in Sat Pratipaksha is this case, right? Any case of having strawberries is a case of cognisticus, right? And any case of having blackberries is a case of the absence of cognisticus. I don't know what is happening. This is mutual blocking. But the problem is I do not know which one is valid, right? So I do not know. So in case of the first one, the second one is the, in case of the first one, the second, so what is the first one? This boy Ram has got cognisticus because he eats strawberries every day. This is blocked by the second one, which is this boy Ram does not have cognisticus because he consumes blackberries every day. But how do I know which one is valid, right? One of them has to be invalid. Both cannot be valid. That is, both the boy has cognisticus and the boy does not have cognisticus cannot be valid. So either of the blocking cognitions has to be invalid, right? This is the problem. But how do I? It's very difficult because I cannot call one invalid. Now, Gangesha, in a sense, like I read it many times. I read with Mathuri, but I really found this problem. So I thought this would be a great opportunity for me because Arindam is here, Professor Probal Sen is here, so many Nayayikas are here. Somebody may help because then here is my problem. So I have some suggestions, but I would definitely like you to guide me with a few translations and ideas, right? So Gangesha defines first, right? Uchyate, what is Sat Pratipaksha? So he very badly criticizes Ratnakoshakara's definition of Sat Pratipaksha, that is Tarini Mishra. And then he tells us his Siddhanta Lakshana of Sat Pratipaksha. Sadhya virodhi upasthapana samartha samana balopasthitya pratiruddha karya lingatvam tattvam, as Arindamda said. So Nayayika would say kriyanvaitvam karagatvam. Same thing is happening here. So it's an intentional definition. Saying that, it's a beautiful trick. Saying that, who is a bachelor? A bachelor is an unmarried man. Does it mean that this bachelor is an unmarried man? Is it a definition? I don't know. But when I say that being a bachelor is being an unmarried man, I give a definition. It becomes an intentional thing, right? A definition. That is the thing the Nayayikas would like to add this pratyaya, this ta or tva, to a thing to make it a definition. That is exactly what Acharya is doing here. Now you see, what is the bala? What is the strength? Now, so I is counterbalanced when its reason R1 that proves X is blocked by an equally strong, we have seen that in our case, equally strong reason R2 that proves then the absence of X. What is the strength? We are talking about equal strength. What is the strength? Acharya says the strength of a reason is provision and site locatedness, right? Balancha vyapti pakshadharmatve. So there are two things. So one, if it has the right provision, then that is the strength. Again, if it has the site locatedness, if the reason is there in the site, it would again call it strong. In this case, in the case of Ram who consumes both, you see both the reasons are there, and both reasons prove their respective objects, right? Strawberry, the disease, and blackberry, the absence of the disease. But then something very interesting he says. As I said, he's fighting with Ratnakoshakara because Ratnakoshakara says that what is the work, what is the effect of Sat Pratipaksha? it finally creates a doubt in the mind of the subject, right? It creates a doubt. Acharya says by no means it creates a doubt. Then it would be some other inference, some other fallacy, not Sat Pratipaksha. So what is the effect of Sat Pratipaksha? I'm not reading the Purvapaksha, iti chenna, but then I'm just going, I'm just reading I'm translating the Siddhanta. And the most important part in the Siddhanta, you see, Acharya says that what is the dushakata bija? You may have a doubt, right? That is ubhayoho ekatra nishchayanantaram anyatara vyapti samshaya iti upajivyattvena asya bhinnatvat. So there it could be the case that the doubt is here. Maybe there is a doubt that as to whether this is a case of cognistics or not. But that is not the dushakata bija. That doesn't make it a Sat Pratipaksha. The essence of Sat Pratipaksha is this. That is the absence of certainty due to the equally strong causal set that generates the opposite. Both samagris are there. There are causal sets to generate both the inferences. This boy has cognistics and this boy does not have cognistics. And then what is the result? Nirnaya ajanakatva. So there is no determination. I have no certainty. I cannot determine which one, right? So I kind of, in a sense, I suspend my judgment. I say, well, I can't say which one. I don't know which one is the case. So according to Gangesha, it is not a samshaya. It is not a doubt which is being generated. The dushakata bija is the nirnaya bhava, right? But then he says something very, very, very interesting. He says that sadhetau api sat pratipakshatvat. Even a case of genuine reason. I take this line from Arindamda that just now he composed and he called and read it to me. This Sadhetu, what is it? Right. So then, see, what is it we look for as human beings, as subjects? We want Sadhetus, right? They're the homagnis. They're the homagni shikha that would dispel all kinds of ignorances, right? We want Sadhetu shikha. It's a very, very important thing. But then, if a Sadhetu can be Satpratipakshita, we are very unfortunate. So Gangesha says it is possible. But then, you see how he seems to contradict himself, because then if a Sadhetu is counterbalanced, then definitely its rival, its opposer is Asat. So in that case, it cannot have the same Vyapti Paksha Dharmata Bala, right? So this is the problem. Gangesha several times says this, that this can happen and all that case. So I was trying to write about it. So if, I don't know, maybe the boy does not have cognistics because he eats blackberries every day, or whatever it is, whatever the reason may be. If that is the Sadhetu, then what is the blocking hetu? This boy has cognistics because he consumes strawberries every day. That cannot have the same bala, that cannot have the same strength. Then where is Satpratipaksha? The problem is Satpratipaksho cheda prasangaha. There would be no Satpratipaksha. If you grant such, such cognitions which are not equally strong to oppose, right? To oppose a genuine reason. Now the problem is, for Gangesha it's a difficult case, because how does he save his definition from this problem? I hope all of us rather see the problem. I'm talking to the students. All of you see the problem. That is, they're not equally strong if one is valid and one is invalid, right? But then saying that both are invalid will not do, because the Hitvabhasa has to be valid. Saying that the one that is being blocked is valid is also problematic, because then I know, or rather, at least the other one is invalid. It is not about what I know. It is about what is. But then I was thinking that it is a rivalry of two equally uninvalidated cognitions. We don't call them an invalid cognition cannot be a hetvabhasa, because a hetvabhasa must be a yathartha, jnana vishaya. So then we call them uninvalidated, as Vishwanatha does, agrihita apramanyaka, whose falsity we haven't known, right? Can that be a case? Can that be taken? But the problem is it cannot be my personal agrihita apramanyakatva, right? I haven't known the falsity of a cognition. That doesn't mean that, it is my problem, right? So then how to set that standard, right? With respect to what it is uninvalidated, right? So I was thinking whether we could think like this. And it is uninvalidated. So we are talking about a cognition that is uninvalidated, that is agrihita apramanyaka, with respect to a commonly accessible database, D. For example, the medical community, look at the published papers. It is accepted wisdom that yes, it is true that the regular consumption of strawberries gives you cognitive. And also it is true that the regular consumption of blackberries never gives you, or rather it resists cognitive, right? It's the medical community who does that, right? And if I do not know something, it's my problem. If I know something, it's good that I know. So it is about tuning that. But then what happens is both facts can be part of this database, and such problematic things also can be my database, right? But then I'm not just dealing with facts, right? So what to do? So this idea of shared is not very uncommon in Indian philosophy. For example, we talk about these vasanas, right? The samuhika vasanas and all this collective. So the collective is very much there. So I was thinking whether we could change this a bit by saying that we'll look at the definition of hetvabhasa, that is anumiti karani bhuta abhava pratiyogi yathartha jnana vishayatvam, hetvabhasatvam, yathartha jnana vishayatvam. What is yatharthya here? That is the question. What is validity? Can we do this? Can we say that anumiti pratibandhaka whatever, then what is yathartha? Syad yatharthyam. What is yathartha? Let us understand yatharthya, validity, as shishta svikrita agrihita pramanyakatvam, right? That means we would consider those whose invalidity has not been accepted, which are not known to be false, and these are also accepted by a wise community, right? Some kind of shishta svikriti, I think, is required for this. Otherwise, it's very difficult. Now, such a database now can include both all facts and all such things, right? Because these are all agrihita pramanyaka. Think of a truth. You will never know the incorrectness of a truth because because it is true, right? It is correct. So it is agrihita pramanyaka. And also a thing like this, whose invalidity has not been known so far, right? Even that should figure in our database. Now, there is virodha, but both the pieces, anybody who consumes strawberries every day has cognitive, and anybody who consumes blackberries every day has the absence of that. Although they're virodhi, but they can both be accommodated, because now we are considering agrihita pramanyaka, but then not a personal agrihita pramanyaka. It is some kind of a, vibudha jana parigrihita agrihita pramanyaka, right? So if we change the definition a bit this way, so then evam grihita pramanyakam api sarvam yathartham. So all the facts, established facts, are also included, right? At the same time, all these problematic statements are also included. So we just change, we play with the definition, not the definition, the understanding of yathartha, just to save, because see, Sat Pratipaksha is such a potent, such a beautiful fallacy, such a beautiful idea. It works all the time because we receive contradictory data all the time, but it saves our mind from being corrupted by those data, right? By those wrong things. So we cannot sacrifice it. At the same time, we are also dedicated to the spirit of Gangesha. We want to call this the blocking cognition a yathartha one, right? But then what is yathartha? Because an ordinary yathartha will not do. We have seen that yathartha has been revised many times. In Samanya Nirukti Gadadhari also, this pada, yathartha pada, has been modified, has been re-understood and understood many times. So there is nothing wrong in doing that. I was thinking whether we could do that with that, now this will be our database, and a common database that is known to all, and then especially this Shishta Parigrihita, and we add those two to this, right, to Cognisticus cases, and then this now will be our kind of common thing, and we have to tune ourselves to this database, and then with respect to that, we'll kind of we'll determine whether something, an inference is correct or not. So I was thinking that in this line we could do something. As I said, two things helped me. One is cognitive science, of course, because I borrowed the idea of common database from that. And this very phrase by Vishwanatha, this agrihita apramanyaka. So yeah, that's it. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, welcome. Rather suggestions and ideas.
A very interesting presentation. Just a minor, very minor point, and after that, I'm sure Professor Sen will. But a broader point in comparative philosophy. Don't you think, I mean, your use of the word fact can be a little confusing. So I think it would have been better if you just explain Anumiti Pratibandhaka Yathartha Jnana Vishayatvam. So I know where it is coming from, because object of correct cognition is, but in a rush, initially you said it's a fact because all fallacies are yathartha. That's not correct. It is the cognition which detects the fallacy. That's correct. Now, and even if the fallacy, now coming to the substantial point, it is something that actually people do commit. Yes. So before calling it right or wrong, you should recognize that it is a object of such a cognition, which is correct cognition.
Yes.
Yathartha pada prayojanam. Yes. Which, if anybody has that, they will not draw that in.
Yes, yes, that's the main point. Pratibandhaka.
So expository wise, before jumping to the thing, and my substantial question is, going back to Frege's Der Gedanke, the thought, if you are calling it at the heart of Indian logic, why isn't it psychology? What blocks what as a fact? If you draw this inference, then that will have not happened. These are psychological laws. What is logic here?
Yeah. So I would say that this is more semantics than logic. Definitely is a semantic system. It is, I would say, I would somehow call it a psychological semantics. That if you had this, you would not have that. This is a very, just, logic is a name, that's it. Like, sorry? Right. No, this is normative, because this is also at the same time prescribing that, they're telling us how the blocking takes place, right? So they're telling that your personal blocking will not do, it has to be yathartha. So it is normative in that sense, but also it is psychological in the sense that it is talking about that kind of a blocking, which is not formal, right? Which is not the formal in the Western sense. So logic, the word logic is definitely used very lucidly here, because people use it. So I would not use the word logic, honestly speaking. But then, so yeah, keeping that aside, yeah, it is definitely some kind of psychology. If I knew that this hill, whatever, this hill does not have fire, which is the truth, I would never infer it, right? So, but then it is, in that sense, it is psychology, definitely. Because we have this thing that, what is it? Tat abhava jnanam, tad abhavavatta jnanam, tadvatta jnanasya pratibandhakam. So this is the pratibadhya pratibandhaka, pratibadhya pratibandhaka bhava. So if I know that X, then I would, how that at least resists the cognition of not X. So, and vice versa. So this is the very heart of it. But then you can see a lot of psychological element is here. Yeah, I completely agree that this is kind of definitely semantics and little bit of psychology also. But then definitely it is also the heart of the Indian whatever.
It's not a question of formal logic or informal logic.
Yes.
It's not a question it is pure deduction or not. It's a different question, I'm saying. Because, like at one point you said, you used the word contradictory.
Yeah.
Now, you are right. Pratibadha pratibandhaka bhava is not a relation of contradiction. Contradiction can hold between two propositions.
Yeah, that's what I said, that the fact doesn't contradict, the cognition contradicts. So the blocking cognition is the contradiction.
Even the cognition does not contradict, it blocks. Blocking may be the psychological counterpart. Because look at the definition, that's where in the Russian, in the very well-intentioned style that you adopted, that I will not go into the details of that. But it's a very simple technicality.
Yes.
If you started with that, which is that the definition of a blocker, which is that it is a pratiyogi, karani bhuta abhava pratiyogitvam. This, if you said, again, this is a relationship between the causation of beliefs.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, one belief is such that its absence is a necessary condition for the production of another belief.
Yes.
Again, the question is, what does this have to do with the relationship between P and not P?
Yeah, I didn't actually say that contradictory, I said contradicts. So I just wanted to say, I never said they're contradictory, they're not. So I said it contradicts. Definitely the knowledge that there is no fire contradicts that, contradicts the cognition there is fire. I said that only. So it's an opposition. I didn't say, because contradictory has got a very different sense, which I didn't intend to say, borrowing from his talk. Yeah. So, definitely it contradicts, right? Because any case, so the moment you say that, well, the golden mountain has fire, you are assuming that there is a golden mountain and also there is fire in that. So a contradictory cognition is there is no golden fountain, right? Golden mountain, which goes against the first part of my assumption. So in that sense, it is. I'm not calling it contradictory, but definitely it contradicts at least the whole cognition or some part of it. So it is, yeah. So there is some kind of contradiction involved in it, but not contradictory. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Professor.
No, you see, I start with an apology. My study of Nayatex has ceased long ago, and there is an adage among the Nayaikas, Shana Durdha Matar Kikum.
Exactly, sir.
So
exactly.
So that is the problem with me. Many of these things are now very faint in my memory. I cannot help you right now, but I would rather give you two more problems to think about. That came to my mind a little ago. You see, the manner in which the basic objection against Ratnakoshakara was, as far as I remember, the argument that all indirect cognitions, paroksha jnanam, anaharjam asandigdham. And so, Samshayakara Anumiti, they rule it out by that very rule. But why should such a rule be accepted? Maybe you can think about it, that why they came up with this rule that Samshaya can never be paroksha. The second thing is, when you start defining pratibandhaka as either karnibhuta bhava pratijogitya or pratijogi bhuta bhava prajojaki bhuta bhava pratijogitya, there are two.
Karani bhuta bhava pratijogitva.
Either karani bhuta or prajojaki bhuta. There are two ways about it. But anyway, the thing is, it comes to my mind that a different type of concept of pratibandhaka has been given to the Advaita Vedantins, because they do not admit that abhava can be the karana of anything.
Yes.
So they have a different kind of definition, like sati pushkala karana, something like that.
Yes.
So maybe you can think that if you define pratibandhaka in this manner, then how to formulate the Hettavasas?
Right.
What would their account of Hettavasas be?
So one thing is, Ratnakoshakara says here something very specific in this context. He says that what is the atra sat pratipaksha hetvabhasasya kim phalam iti prashnasya uttaram evam Ratnakoshakarena dattam. Atra samshaya janakatvena tasya dushakata bijam iti uttaram. Kasya? Tarini Mishrasya. Atraiva Gangeshasya apat anupatti atra. Tanna bhavitum shaknoti. Katham atra samshaya janakatvena pratibandhanam na phalam. Parantu nirnaya ajanakatvena nirnaya bhavaha iti phalam. So, because that goes to vyapyatva siddhi of a different sort, not vyapyatva siddhi of asiddhi. Vyapyatvam astiva nava iti samshayaha. That is the phala of that. So that is what Acharya says, Gangesha. That's the first thing. The second thing is the Nayayika is very clear. Absolutely correct, sir. The Nayayika accepts abhava to be a separate padartha, and it can cause things. So it can be an effect of things, of different causal events.
No, that I know, but I just said that granting, if we suppose that the abhava, and they have given a lot of arguments in
Yes.
Panchapadika Vivarana, you find pages after pages discussing why abhava cannot be a karana.
Yes.
One may agree, one may disagree. But granting, supposing that some Advaita Vedantin wants to write a treatise on Hettavasas, how would he proceed?
I think it is by contradiction. Then, as is said, we have to start with contradiction. Then the Advaita Vedantin would have to talk about, like, any contradictory cognition would be the Hetvabhasa, and that should be again abadhita or badha yogya. So this is how they would be doing it. So it would be pretty much like what Arindam just said, that remove all that karani bhuta bhava pratiyogitvam, begin with the contradiction, virodha. So any virodhi jnanam, virodhi abadhita jnana. So I think that would be the thing. Yeah.
So hello. It's a very nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. But I was a little bit, surprising. It was surprising a paper for me. And I was thinking in favor of many of my students are there in the audience. So what is actually your objective of the paper? I understand this pratibandhaka bhava is there.
Right, right.
And in case of these illusory cognitions, we understand in that way,
Yes.
right? Because the negative cognition, it negates, and then we find the truth. So these things are badhu and hettavasha, all the hettavashas are clearly, you made the point very clear. But the point is coming to me that what is your purpose really for this presentation?
To understand the word yathartha, because yathartha, the word, cannot be taken as it is as far as Satpratipaksha is concerned. So what to do with the first lakshana?
Yathartha
Yes,
has
yes.
already we can understand in many ways. Tadbhati tat prakarakati is there.
Yeah,
right?
but that doesn't work. That's the problem. That's what I was exploring in this talk.
In case of Anumanu also, inference also,
Yeah.
in the result we can find whether there is tadbhati tat prakarakatva or not.
Yes, yes,
Right, when
definitely.
the hill has fire, right? So we can find the reality of that. Yes, there is fire. So tadbhuti tatprakarakutta definition will go there also.
Yes, yes, definitely.
Right? We can find the truth of the cognition.
Definitely.
So if that is the case, in case of inference only, there will be some kind of difficulty to find out the truth.
Yes.
But we can find out the truth, and by the same definition of Jathartha, the
Yes.
Pramatma.
Yes, yes,
Right?
yes.
So if that is the case, keeping this in our mind, why or how we can understand your paper? Because Nayaikas are realists.
Yeah.
They find the truth in the fact.
Yes.
All these things are very much acceptable to us.
Yes, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Then what purpose your paper will fulfill?
It could be good if I had that
Sorry.
board, but anyways, without that also. See, the problem is, you take any understanding of Yathartha, so there are two blocking cognitions, right?
Yes.
One is this boy has cognisticus, and this boy doesn't have cognisticus. Both cannot be Yathartha.
Yes.
That is the problem. So then how do you know that the blocking cognition definitely is not Yathartha, cannot be Yathartha, because if that is Yathartha, then the blocked cognition is Ayathartha. In that case, it's an ordinary Hitvabhasa. Then it would be Satpratipaksho Cheda Prasangaha. There would be no Satpratipaksha. So what is the Samabalatva? That both are equal. It is not the case that one can be taken as a Yathartha, the other one a Yathartha, or vice versa. They have to be Samabala. But then Yathartha doesn't work here. That is the problem.
No, but there also the point will be this, that two cognitions are there.
Yes.
One is Jathartho, other is not Jathartho, or Jathartho, right?
No, that can't be the case.
No, one is Jathartho, I understand, right?
Yes.
If that is
Yes.
also taken,
Yeah.
I can verify
Yeah.
the other cognition.
No,
Whether
you can't. So the problem isn't Satpratipaksha, you can't. If you could do that, there would be no Satpratipaksha. It would be included under some other Hitvabhasa. If you could find the fault, if you could verify and say, well, this one is problematic, there would be no Satpratipaksha. Then we don't have any problems. So the other four Hitvabhasas are all fine. The problem is only with Satpratipaksha. It is simply because which one is Yathartha? You call one Yathartha, the other would be in trouble.
So your objective is to make clear only the Shat Pratipaksha?
No.
Then?
In light of Sat Pratipaksha, I
Yes.
was trying to revisit the word Yathartha in the Siddhanta Lakshana. The first Siddhanta Lakshana. That is Anumiti Karani Bhuta Abhava Pratiyogi Yathartha Jnana Vishesha.
Right, in that case you are deviating from the standard definition of Jathartha.
No, I'm not deviating. I'm adding. Gadadhara did it so many times in Samanya Nirukti Gadadhari. What is Yathartha? Right? So he said Tadvati Tatprakarakatva will not do. So we need to have something else. So Yathartha has been revised many times. But then that is exactly what I was trying to do. I was trying to rather find out if you can tell me, that, whether we could do it some other way, I would be very happy. I would be happier.
Right, it's okay, fine,
Yeah.
thank you.
I think that there's kind of a Satpratipaksha going on between him, you and Uma. But I think I can explain where the shoe pinches for you, which is not to say that you are actually saying that Satpratipaksha or Hitvabhasa Lakshana should be abolished.
Yes, definitely. Not.
Because everybody understands that you can't just say Anumati Pratibandhaka Jnana Vishayatvam.
Yes.
You have to add Yathartha Jnana Vishayatvam. Because a falsely or doubtfully detected fallacy is not a fallacy.
Exactly.
So, you have made the problem appear acute, almost insoluble, by saying that there is what is called a Vinigamana Viraha. There is no way of adjudicating whether the blocking cognition is valid, is veridical,
Yes.
or the blocked cognition.
Yes.
Now, the blocked cognition is called Anumiti,
Yes.
not Anumitya Bhasa.
Yes, of course.
Anumiti is a kind of Prama. So, Anumiti is Pratibandhaka. That means if it is not, then in Satpratipaksha, yes, because there is no, if it is Anumana Bhasa,
Yeah.
as Nirmalya's new argument is that the moment you will point out any other defect then the so-called Satpratipaksha
will go.
go.
Exactly.
It will be one of the others.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because it does, actually the Satpratipaksha detection, one complaint, suppose somebody, you give a very strong argument, and then another person gives a Satpratipaksha.
Yes.
They might say that you are like that irritating participant in a seminar who asks a question to you about a different thing because he is pointing out another inference. You might then say, sir, if you are objecting to my inference, show a defect in my inference.
Yes.
He is not doing that. He is setting up another inference. But that is the beauty of Satpratipaksha.
Exactly.
That
Exactly.
there are two. And to that, you are saying that now these two inferences, if one is drawn, the other cannot be drawn.
Yes.
How do we know which one to draw and which one not to draw? And it does not help to say that the pratibadhya, the blocked inference, is a prama.
Yes.
In which case, the blocking inference will be invalid.
Yes. And all the vice versa.
And the vice versa.
And vice versa. This is the problem. This is the problem we are talking about. Yes.
So that is the problem.
Yeah,
And
that is the problem.
that makes it the tulya balatva.
The tulya balatva is the problem. And Gangesha complicates it more by saying that even sadhetau api sat pratipakshatvam. That is problematic because how can sadhetu
But as a madhyastha looking at your satpratipaksha, I would suggest that this entire exchange, after your paper where it ended, you should raise this objection. That what is the point what am I? Am I abolishing satpratipaksha? Am I saying the definition satyathartha should be locked? And you say, no, this is not my point.
Yes.
My point is, what I said is this tulya balatva creates a problem and it shows that we have to do some more work.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Just one line. You see, if I remember correctly, Satpratipaksha starts with the expression samana bala bodhita. So he is under say samana bala.
Samana bala, sir.
No. If you say samana bala bodhita, then it becomes an epistemic matter.
But
equality is a matter of our knowledge.
This is what he says, you see, that sadhya virodhyupasthamata samana balopasthitya. Upasthitya, not bodhita. Upasthiti. Oh yes, upasthiti psychological, definitely.
Okay. We thank you, Dr. Nirmal Lagua. Thank you for nice presentation. And that is what happens when Nyayikas are here. They like to debate. And everyone presents his argument. So now it's, we would all like you to be there for lunch. Join us in lunch downstairs, flyer. So our volunteer is there who is going to help you. Thank you. And see you after lunch, after half an hour lunch break. Thank you. 2:45, okay? Be here right back, 2:45.
Yes, you're on. Something you did, you're on now. And practice off again. Nobody else is on but you and me. And practice off now. Keep our patience.
You sophisticated phone.
Okay. Okay. This is me. I'm on. See, that's me. I'm on yours. So what you have to do,
ভলিউম করো না ভলিউম এখান থেকে তোমার শুনতে পারবো ওদেরকে দেখা যায় তাইতে দিও সেটা ওরা যেন আমায় না দেখে
yeah, okay.
ভলিউম সাপ্রেস এটাতে রেখো
What did Maya say to Priest? Yeah, got it. Okay. This is you.
প্লেস লেখা আছে বলে
Yes, that's you.
ওটা এন লেখা আছে নাটালি
Okay, so you, wait, you're,
Hello. Hello, am I audible to all? গেলে এক্ষুনি করে দেবে, 10 মিনিটে করে দেবে। Hello, hello, Michael. Am I audible to you? Michael? Yeah, yeah. So after this lunch, we have a memoir session. In this session, we have echoing. Professor Michael Hemmingson from Tunghai University. Uh, he was closely associated with Professor Jail Saw, and we have family members of Professor Jail Saw. Sipra Kakima, I can see Sipra Kakima is there, and Natalie is also there. So I will request Professor Hemmingson to wait a bit, wait a little bit, because in this session we will ask Natalie to say few words about his great philosopher father, how he was as a father, how he was as a person. So I will ask Natalie to say few words about sir.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me nicely? Michael, lovely to see you online. Far but close. I fondly remember the last time you visited, Dad. Namaste, kia ora koutou, welcome. Thank you all so much for inviting me to speak at today's session on behalf of the family to celebrate the academic works of my dear dad, Dr. Shaw. I'd like to acknowledge each person that has organised today's events. Thank you so much for the role that you have played, whether it's a big step or a small step. Thank you so much. As you might know, my dad would have been immensely proud of you all. Dad loved knowledge and loved to share knowledge. So thank you very much for honouring him in this way. I'd like to thank all the Swamijis at the Ramakrishna Mission. Thank you for all. We are forever grateful to all of you for your hospitality. I've just had the fortunate ability to visit the Ramakrishna Mission since I was a 10-month-old baby, and I have been there numerous times, well into the double digits, and I've enjoyed the beautiful surrounds, the beautiful facilities, the delicious 3-course meals that I'm sure you've just enjoyed. So I'm very envious that you all are there today. So thank you again to all the Swamijis that have made today possible. Next, I'd like to pause and thank my mum. Dad would not have been able to achieve all the things that he did had it not been for Mum's love and support. So I'd like you all to take a second to thank her. So my dad was a very spiritual person, a follower of Vedanta, and not a believer in religious rituals. He was a follower of Swami Vivekananda, and that is actually how we performed the service here in New Zealand. I just wanted to say a few words about Dad. Just a little bit of background about him. I'm not sure how much people know in this context. He was born into a business family in Bug Bazaar area in Kolkata. And according to his passport, he was born in 1941, but he thinks he was born in 1939. And one of his earliest memories is of British soldiers, white British soldiers, marching past his house. And he remembered famine-like conditions where people were waiting in line and fainting while waiting for their daily rations. And one of his earliest children's rhymes that he remembers was Sare Gama Pada Ni Bom Village Japani. So a reference to the fact that during World War II, around primary intermediate, his family experienced significant change in circumstances after his father passed away, and during that time it was a period abject poverty and struggle with his family without food and electricity. It was also a time of religious riots in the Western area, post-independent, post-World War II period. But his spirit was guided by the beacon light of masters like Vivekananda and the hope of words like poet T.S. Shelley, if the winter comes, can spring be far behind. Through sheer tenacity and grit, Dad entered Kolkata University where he thrived. He always spoke fondly of his days there. And then he continued his postgraduate studies. And then he decided to apply for further postgraduate studies in the USA. And he probably thinking about his first airplane trip to Delhi, where he was to do his scholarship interview. And then he was accepted into Rice University, which in those days was known as the Harvard of the South, where he received a Fulbright and a Rice University scholarship. He smashed out his PhD in 2 years, something that remains unheard of. Most people take 4 years to finish their PhD. His dissertation created a forum for the development of his thoughts on comparative and Indian philosophy, which were not familiar at the time, although his work with metaphysical questions was within the Anglo-American philosophy. He then accepted a role at the University of Alabama, where he developed a very strong rapport with the students and staff there, and he became the hit thing. He was offered a tenured position, and politicians were even petitioned to find a way to keep him. But due to the restrictions that at the time, he could only accept a full-time position at the University of Alabama. And there he taught on Indian philosophy, which helped him to remove the misconception that Indian philosophy was not distinct from religion. And Dad frequently spoke about his year and a half at the University of Alabama, especially in his final days. He referred to that time in very positive terms. After a stint there, he sought permanent employment, and that's when he applied for the role in New Zealand. He applied by letter and was accepted by telegraph. He was so pioneer, and I asked him if he knew much about New Zealand other than the fact that it was a British colony at the time. And he said no, but it sounded like a safe, peaceful place to be. And so it was here at the Victoria University of Wellington that Dad sought for Indian philosophy to be integrated with contemporary Western analytical philosophy. When I was in primary school, there was a time when Dad travelled around the world spreading his academic work, and this was a time that Dad fondly recalled to me when I was taking this oral history that he delivered lectures at Oxford University, Cambridge, King's College, universities in Belgium and Sweden, Netherlands, and also India. And he had his 3-year stint at the University of Hawaii, which was mentioned earlier at his Dad's colleague there. I also wanted to talk to you about some personal memories of Dad. So Dad he always used to talk to me about the elephant and dog analogy. He would often tell me that when a dog barks, elephant walks. The meaning is that sometimes you have to just keep doing what you have to do and be mission focused, regardless of the white noise that happens around you. You just have to march forward with your cause. Again, he was heavily influenced by his philosophy. You have to be self-motivated and you have to find the open window when all the doors appear shut in a particular circumstance. And at Dad's memorial service that we held here in Wellington, we played a number of patriotic songs from the era, including Robina Tagore's song, the Auckland, or shortly, I'm going to try to pronounce it. In English, if no one answers your call, stand alone and march ahead. Jodi Gorshape Dak Shonena, Gyokna Shone, Jodi Aklo Tole. I haven't said it very poorly, you can all laugh at my pronunciation. What I sorely miss about my dad was that he was the ultimate debater. I could literally talk to him about anything without judgment. Dad always had a curious mind. He always would enter into debate with me. He encouraged that, and he provided me with that safe place where I could express my views, I could debate my thinking, I could change my argument, and he constantly encouraged that analytical thinking. I will very much miss our foot excursions in Kolkata, which often ended up with me having massage IT street side, eating gulab jamun with Dad and shortbread with Dad. I remember him taking me to his old university, and later where he taught at Jaipur University. I remember College Street with all the books. I remember eating cake at Flurries along Park Street with Dad. But most of all I will remember is the lovely hospitality at the Ramakrishna Mission over many decades. Again, since I was a 10-month-old baby. But one of the things that I always hold tight is that my dad's love for me had no boundaries. It was limitless, and under that I completely thrived. And I know that he was a mentor and father figure, like a paternal figure to many of you. And it's a common theme that I've heard from many of you. He was a paternal figure, a friend, a mentor, a lecturer. You were always greeted with a warm smile, and you were always seen and heard by Dad. Mum and Dad together, because remember, Dad achieved so much through Mum's love and support for Dad and the family. Together, they brought that old school grace and everything they did, with Dad's posh evening jackets and Mum's beautiful saris to match. Next month will be 54 years of marriage. They led a beautiful, glamorous life together in different countries, and Mum hosted many endless dinner parties, and Dad invited endless people for these dinner parties, often at no notice at all. I do want to mention that Dad loved being a grandparent. Present tense and past tense, forgive me. As you all know, Dad accepted his initial cancer prognosis through sheer hard work, grit, determination, and this amazing Olympic diet that Mum catered for him, strict schedule. So we were able to build the last year with many, many beautiful memories. I suffered great anticipatory grief during that period. I had bouts of it, and that's a difficult experience for me. But Dad would always roll his eyes at me and remind me how long he'd been my dad, and he would say that it was time for the old to go and the new to emerge. And the final days came too soon. They always come too soon for anyone you care so deeply about, and they were tough for Dad. And on the night that Dad passed away, shortly before I had a lovely dream that he was walking upstairs in his old winter coat that he bought from Oxford, and he turned around and smiled at me. And shortly after Dad passed, and we were grateful that we could surround him and be with him at that moment. I wanted to close just by reminding you what my dad Dr. Shaw wanted us all to remember. A few things: to be kind and thoughtful to each other, always keep a curious mind, to seek knowledge and engage, keep talking to each other. Sometimes you have to approach a problem sideways, not directly. Keep bringing people together through the work you do. Live in harmony. And I hope that all of you carry my dear dad's knowledge long and far. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Om Shanti, peace be upon you. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. As you all know, Natalie Shaw is the daughter of Professor Shaw. She is a government lawyer of Government of New Zealand. And now we have our next speaker, Professor Hemmingson, Michael Hemmingson. As I have said that he was closely associated with Professor Jail Shaw during his research days in University of Wellington. So I will request Professor Hemmingson to say a few words about Professor Shaw. Thank you. Michael, over to you. Yeah.
Can you hear me okay? Yep. Okay, so I just want to share some personal memories and anecdotes about Jay. I first met Jay as an undergraduate student at Victoria University of Wellington. I was taking his introduction to Indian philosophy class. I don't remember many of my classes from back then in specific detail, but I do still have memories of some of Jay's classes. And his enthusiasm was immediately apparent to students. You couldn't help but be infected by his enthusiasm. I recall one class on whether the oak was already present in the acorn, right? Something that I think on paper is a fairly dry metaphysical question, and certainly not something that you would expect many young students to get excited about. But Jay really cared about what he was teaching, and it was apparent from every word and from every gesture. And I think you couldn't help as a student, caring about it as well. And I would say too, I was honestly, I was a pretty lazy undergraduate student. I'm a little bit embarrassed about it now, but that was the reality. I would often skip class, but I wouldn't skip Jay's classes. And in fact, I think I can credit Jay with breaking my poor habits and helping me to become a more diligent student. And this is not simply because of how he taught, though of course that's a big part of it too. But as Natalie mentioned, also because of the way he made you feel seen, right? When he recognized that you had philosophical ability and interest, he would help you to recognize that too, and he'd work tirelessly to draw it out of you. So I'm an associate professor now. I teach philosophy, and I think I can safely say that if Jay hadn't encouraged me back then, I wouldn't be here. I'd never have gained the confidence and the certainty that I was able to do what I've done. So, Jay was really important for me for that. I subsequently took, after this first class, many other courses with Jay. They involved many delicious meals at his house. He'd arranged dinners, at least every semester with his classes. Absolutely delicious food, usually provided by his wife Shipra. But I think what really struck me is that these meals made it very clear that Jay did not just see teaching as his job, right, or even just a passion, right. Rather, I think he saw teaching as his duty, right. This is not to say he didn't love teaching. It wasn't a cold duty, right. It was a caring kind of duty. But I think, at the same time, Jay saw himself as passing something on. Teaching was a life's work for him, right? Something he could be proud of, something that gave an important meaning to his life. So he could say at the end, in addition to his family, in addition to his daughter and his lovely granddaughter and his published work, he could say that he inspired students to study philosophy, that he supported them, and that, this was one of his important lifelong contributions. Right? As a student, you felt it, right? You could tell that Jay was fully behind you, to help you succeed, right? That he saw his relationship to you as not just professionally but personally important. Right? It was something I think that was really special about it. Now, in addition to the undergraduate courses, Jay also supervised my MA thesis. And I think one anecdote from that time always comes to mind when I think about Jay as a teacher, which is this. So Jay, my MA project was really not very closely related to Jay's work. It was on Jürgen Habermas and discourse ethics and political philosophy. And, Jay knew a lot, but he didn't, he hadn't really done much work in this area at all. He had very little background. So I always remember going by his office shortly after we began the project. We'd settled on the topic, and I was expecting to discuss with Jay the kinds of issues, that a keen philosophical mind might bring up, even when they're not particularly familiar with the particular literature in question, right? So problems with my argument and the kinds of things that a trained philosopher is taught to identify. But what did I find when I got to his office? Well, there's this massive, huge pile of books on his desk about Habermas and discourse ethics. And already he'd made a significant headway through reading all of these books, just for the sake of my project. I don't know how he found time on top of his own research, on top of his other teaching. I have no idea. But, as soon as I saw that, I thought, wow, this is someone who really cares about the students. Now, I'd say, I haven't followed in Jay's footsteps in terms of what I work on, right? I don't really work these days on Indian philosophy. I don't really work on the kinds of questions and epistemology and philosophy of language and metaphysics that Jay was really passionate about. But I like to think, nonetheless, that Jay had a huge impact on how I work. Right? And I think this came from his basic approach, what he called global philosophy, right? And the way he would often put it was that he was using Indian philosophy to answer questions in Western philosophy. I always felt this was doing a bit of disservice to his work. I thought he was really using his deep knowledge of Indian philosophy to answer questions in philosophy, full stop, right? I thought, what he was doing really was advancing this shared global project of philosophy. But putting that aside, what really struck me about Jay's approach was kind of the importance of adopting kind of insider-outsider perspective, right? And I think in many ways, what allowed him to make the kind of progress he did on such topics like causality and the Gettier problem and all these other kinds of things was the fact that he had this really deep understanding of how these questions were approached from the perspective of Western philosophy, but he wasn't beholden to the assumptions that had underwritten those discussions in that tradition, right? So he had this foot in both traditions, and he was able to take a step back and see right to the heart of the problem without getting caught up in all of the irrelevant kinds of details. So I think that stance, being both inside and outside, and the way that it allowed Jay to see things that those working solely in one of the traditions really struggled to see, it was something that really impressed me tremendously, right? It's something I've tried to adopt in how I approach my own work. Now, of course, his doing this kind of critique, I don't think it didn't always make people happy. Philosophers in particular, I think we're kind of used to being the ones who intervene in other fields to say things like, oh, you're making this assumption here, and this is clouding how you structure this, and so on and so forth, right? So I think it's kind of a point of pride among philosophers that we're the ones who can see to the heart of things. We can deconstruct the arguments and the assumptions of other fields and see why they're making the assertions they're making, and see how they're maybe building castles in the air. But I think generally philosophers don't love it when their own tradition and their own work is treated in the same way, right? When someone with a foot in a different camp can see things that they haven't noticed about the conversations they've been having. But I think that's something that Jay was able to do. His positioning and the quality of his work allowed him to do that kind of analysis. And I think it was amazing. Really, really impressive. And I think this kind of connects a little bit to work we did together with the Society for Global Philosophy, which is an organization that Jay helped students found before me. But when I became involved, I eventually became the president of this organization. And I kind of shifted its direction in a way that at first I think kind of puzzled him. Right? Because initially the society had focused on organizing talks about non-Western and comparative philosophy. And what I did is I kind of widened the scope to include cross-disciplinary engagement as well. And Jay, he was a philosopher through and through, right? He didn't disregard, he didn't disrespect other disciplines, but he was very clear, and he would often say this, that philosophy is the queen of the sciences, right? Other disciplines have their place, but they're not philosophy. So I think he didn't immediately see why I wanted to do what I was doing. But I think this is what struck me, right? Jay's own method was fundamentally about bridging perspectives, like bringing outside views to bear on problems, right? And I think a lot of the power of his work came from this positioning, right? He was inside Western philosophy enough to understand the questions it was asking really deeply, but outside it enough to see past its unexamined assumptions. And for me, widening the society to include this cross-disciplinary work was applying that same approach more broadly, right? Get smart people together with different backgrounds, thinking about each other's work and seeing what emerges that, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to see on their own. And I think it didn't take Jay long to see the continuity with his own work. And, of course, he was always supportive all the way through. He would always stand behind his students, even if he didn't quite understand what they were doing at first. But I think after a very short time, he kind of appreciated that I was trying to extend the kind of work that he was doing in a different way. Another really strong memory of Jay is typing. Like, really so much typing. So Jay was never much of a typist. When he found that I was a reasonably quick typist, he'd have me up in his office typing up his dictated papers. And I think at least 2 or 3 of his books got from his mind to the page via my fingers. And this was really hard work, but it was a really interesting experience too. I was able to closely read as I was writing it down, the books or the papers that he was working on, usually in areas that I probably wouldn't have looked into on my own. And if I recall, I think I typed up the Naya on meaning and some logical problems concerning existence. And I learned a lot from this process. So that was really great. And it's just a pity now. I think that some of those books are. I'm pretty sure they're out of print. I do hope that at some point we might be able to get them republished, perhaps approaching Springer or Routledge or Bloomsbury, somewhere that would give them a wide distribution, make sure they're placed in libraries around the world. So if anyone has any thoughts on that, any angles we might want to explore, then please let me know. Another thing I was really happy to be able to achieve with him was the collected works, the collected writings of Jaishankar Lal Shaw, Indian Analytic and Anglophone Philosophy, which were published with Bloomsbury. This was a really big job. We had to collect together all of the old articles that he'd written, getting the permissions from all the journals, extracting the text. And of course, he didn't have Word documents for this. It was all PDFs and usually not well formatted ones, with no readable text, the OCR text. And then, we organized them into this book. And there was a lot of work, but, I think it was a really important thing to do because now I think his life's work, or at least much of his life's work, is widely accessible. It's available in libraries around the world. And I think given how hard it was to track down some of his very early papers in particular, I think until this book was published, even a dedicated fan of Jay would have had trouble accessing at least some of his published work. So I'm really happy that this was able to get published. And if you get the chance, I would strongly suggest having a read. I think in many cases it gives some more detailed kind of arguments or some of the nuts and bolts of things that later found their way into some of his books, and also explores a lot of issues that he didn't end up publishing books on. So there's some really important stuff in there. I guess one last thing, I can say about Jay is that I think we can all recognize is his absolute confidence in his work. He was sure that what he was doing mattered, that he was making a real contribution. He had no problem, no bones about saying so, and I think he was right. And I think too, there's still work to be done here. I don't think Jay's work has received the full recognition that it deserves. Right? He was not a niche philosopher. He was someone making substantial contributions across a range of different questions and different areas. And so, I hope we can all continue to promote Jay's work, right, to ensure that he's a long-term kind of impact that continues and that's commensurate, I think, with the importance of what he wrote and what he contributed. So that's what I'd like to say. Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing memories with Professor Shaw. I'd like to thank you for your prompt response. Whenever I approach you, we quickly respond to you. And we must know that I am very delighted to have you as speaker.
Okay, so it is our great treasure that we have philosophers like Professor J.L. Shaw. I still remember that in a winter afternoon, 2005, when I was a student of MA first year, I met Professor J.L. Shaw in a seminar organized by the Department of Philosophy, University of Calcutta, here in this Golpark Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture. And I was sitting somewhere in the back and noting down all the lectures note in my notebook. That notebook still is with me. Then this soft-spoken gentleman with bright eyes and a gentle smile started speaking on Nobbonaya, and something shifted inside me. His clarity, his kindness in explaining most of the difficult concept, and the way he treated every question, even from the shy student like me, with respect. That was my first glimpse of what a true scholar could be. From that year until 2014, I was blessed to meet him almost every winter. He would come to Kolkata in his own, arrange seminar at places like Mohabodhi Society Hall, University of Calcutta, and fill the room with ideas and warmth. Once at the end of his seminar, he suddenly invited the entire audience to visit him Wellington someday. I laughed quietly to myself, an MPhil student at that time I was, student from Kolkata, visiting New Zealand. Impossible. I couldn't even imagine stepping out of Kolkata at that time. Life moved on. I left my junior research fellowship, moved 800 kilometers away from Kolkata for a job, teaching job, and slowly those winter seminars became beautiful memories. Then I couldn't contact with those seminar organizers. 10 long years passed. Then one ordinary morning, the phone rang. It was my teacher, respected teacher, Professor Priyambada Sarkar, asked me apply for Professor Jail's 2 months workshop in Wellington. She said, no, almost she ordered me. She kept calling every few days, submitted the form yet. I was terrified. I had never traveled abroad, never even had a passport. But how do you say no to your teacher? And teacher like Professor Priyambada Sarkar. I got selected. Fortunately, I got selected in that workshop. My first journey to the other side of the planet began. Before we left, Professor Shaw sent email after email about the weather, what kind of jackets to bring, how to catch the airport bus, where to exchange money, even which supermarket had the cheapest rice, Indian spices, and everything, every details. I heard the familiar gentle voice after a decade. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I am waiting for you. I almost cried silently that a great teacher, a great professor, philosopher like him, he was so down to earth. And he sent his colleague, Professor Tulasi of Department of Physics, I can remember him, with his car. When we reached Wellington, he was there to receive us, older, but the same bright eyes and smile. He had arranged accommodation just a 2-minute walk from Indian High Commission, where our regular classes were held. Every single day he looked after us like a father. 5-hour classes on Nobbonayo, along with philosophical thoughts from Frege, Wittgenstein, Russell, Nozick, Goldman, and many others. Had only read about, suddenly came alive because he connected them with such love and patience. And the lunch. He cooked it, he prepared it, him with his bag. A food that tasted exactly like home. I can't, remember any tasty food more than that. Sunday were magic, really magic, because most of the Sundays we would go to his house. Kakima, Mrs. Siprashaw, would open the door with the warmest smile and pulls us as if we were her own children. Returning after years, she never let us feel we were 13,000 kilometers away from Bengal. Their daughter Natalie would sit us with for adda, laughing, teasing, sharing stories, and his daughter Maya, little granddaughter of Professor Jail Shaw. with her endless question and inquisitive eyes. She really stole our hearts. There were others who made Wellington feel like a second home. Karun Laxman, Kamil Laxman, both are lawyer, advocate of Supreme Court, New Zealand. Mr. Sam Agarwal and Bhindi families, Tara Bhindi and his families, and the wonderful people at the Indian High Commission. They fed us, drove us around, invited us for many times. None of this would have happened without Professor Shaw's quite persistent kindness. In those 2 months, I realized something I can never put into adequate words. I have never met, and probably never will meet, a more gentle, generous, and genius philosopher who dedicated his entire life to making Indian philosophy breathe and live in the modern world without ever asking for anything return. Every time I feel lost in my academic life, I close my eyes and remember the smell of his homemade food, his love, Professor Shaw's patience analysis of difficult concepts of Nobbonayo and of modern Western philosophy. My utmost pranam to my guru, the great soul, Professor J.L. Shaw, Jai Shankar Lal Shaw. Namaskar. Now, I would like to request Mr. Sri Prakash Mukherjee, sorry, extremely sorry, my mistake, Sri Prakash Bhattacharya, to say a few words about Professor J.L. Shaw.
Namaskar. I know Dr. J.L. Shaw since 1971. When my eldest sister, she got married, Dr. J.L. Shaw with each other. So 55 years is almost a very long time. And very frequently we used to have interaction along with the development of communications. He was a very caring husband, very caring father, caring grandfather, a treasure of knowledge. And I could learn so many things from him over the time, that this philosophy, each one of us have its own philosophy. My profession and his profession is quite apart. I'm an engineer and a philosopher. But engineering is also has a philosophy. And we used to interact. And all the time, he was having a positive mind. In today's India, I find many of us we are suffering from negativity. But he was full of positivity. He was never afraid of anything. Very humble. Very, very humble. I feel to be privileged and blessed by the God that I stayed just 10 minutes away from this Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture. He used to come in the morning, whenever he had some time. He used to live at the night, because this was the place he will be staying in the night. During the daytime, we used to have interaction. I used to learn all those philosophical terminologies that we have transpired here. And we have I'm much younger to him. And we had a very good friend. We are friends. Not only that, Jai Babu Shala. We are good friends. And we had to have so many interactions. And then the last days, he visited, if I'm not wrong, 2023 end or 24, something like that. When there's a very long seminar over here, he was very busy. He used to ask me so many things, as participants will be coming for their accommodation and all these things. I used to interact with him, I used to arrange with him. But unfortunately, when he was diagnosed with that illness, but he was never afraid of, he was never scared. He was very full of positivity, which gave me also to learn what positivity is. I pay my deepest respect to Dr. J.L. Shah and to all of you, since we have so much love for him. Those we love, they don't go away. They always remain amongst us. And I wish that each one of us we also use that learning, what we have learned from him. Okay, namaskar.
Thank you, Bhattacharya sir. Thank you. Introduce করি।
Dr. Niti Singh is there in online. Dr. Niti Singh was also joined our workshop at Wellington. She has a good memory of Professor J.L. Shaw. I will request Dr. Niti Singh to say a few words about. Yes. Dr. Niti Singh is an assistant professor of Department of Philosophy and Religion, Banaras Hindu University. I will request Dr. Niti Singh to say a few words about Professor J.L. Shaw. Thank you. Over to you, Niti.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Honorable Chair, distinguished professors, fellow scholars, and dear participants, my respectful greetings to you all as we now move toward a more personal space in this tribute. Allow me to offer a gentle transition before I am going to read the memoir that Professor Bilmoria and I have prepared. So I'm going to read out some of the portions from our obituary together. I and Professor Bilmoria has written for Professor J.L. Shaw. So firstly, I will just read out the Professor Bilmoria's part and then I will come to mine. So Professor Bilmoria has written about Sir that Jaishankar Lal Shaw, or Jayada, as I affectionately would call an elder brother from Bengal, arrived in windy Wellington to take up his new position around about the same time as I started my undergraduate studies in this University of Auckland. I was then studying law and philosophy. I eventually dropped law. I moved to Otago University. It was not until I left Otago and came to La Trobe University in Melbourne to take up a scholarship for my PhD studies that I started taking an interest in Indian philosophy. Ian Kesakordi Watson was perhaps the first academic to spread the significance of Indian philosophy in Australia. I don't think they ever met, but he was the first one to tell me about Jayada. Moving on some years later, I founded the Australasian Society for Asian and Comparative Philosophy, also known as ASACP, at Melbourne University. Jayada was then in Honolulu as a visiting professor teaching Indian philosophy to graduate students, so he could not attend the first meeting. I happened to go just then to an East-West philosophy conference in Honolulu, and it is there that I first met Jayada. We hit it off straight away. Since then, he, along with a couple of other scholars, represented New Zealand in the ASACP platform. He helped me with my editorial work on Sophia, which I had just taken over. Then Jayada, with his family, came for another smaller ASACP gathering in Melbourne, and they stayed at my home. I felt very honored to host them, and at her request, took a very young Natalie to visit the grandiose tennis stadium that had just opened in downtown Melbourne. Next time we met up, and that was a couple of times in Kolkata, was at the Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture. We were then working on a book of essays he had brought together and many other smaller projects. He asked me to write the foreword to that book. And I recall sketching a very rough biographical outline late into the night, in which I thanked Shipradi as well. So, when uh, when I was reading that biographical outline late into the night, in which I thanked Shipradi, I read it loud to the family seated on the bed in the small room in the RMIC hostel the next morning. Looking sharply at Jayada, Shipradi asked point blank, "When have you ever mentioned me in your books? Even passing acknowledgement. Dr. Bin Moria has the good sense to do that on your behalf. Indian men just don't think of their wives in public." Startled with a slight smirk, Jayada admitted his oversight in an apologetic tone. It seemed appropriate to me in a biographical sketch to remember the backbone support he had always received from his family. A few years later, he himself was involved in organizing a conference with the Swamijis in Kolkata. We worked on the first fest trips and then came out in the Sophia book series titled Jail Shaw and Comparative Philosophy. Our next meeting was in Wellington when he called us to a symposium come workshop he had organized on mind, body, and self. From this eventuated the volume, The Second Fest Trip, Mind, Body, and Self, Sophia book series Springer. With this publication, I felt the mission was accomplished over a long, productive, and intellectually engaging association with Jayada. The book came out some months before he passed. We had many telephonic, Zoom, or letter WhatsApp conversation, and of course, an umpteen number of email exchanges. In our very last conversation across the vast Pacific Ocean, which Natalie had felicitated, we had a similar conversation, visiting many of the areas of interest and collaborations. That was just a week before he would pass. Neither of us could bring ourselves to say goodbye. We shall speak again soon, because we both knew that this would be our last conversation. And there are no goodbyes. We let our voices simply drift off and fade away into infinity, and then silence prevailed. All I could bear was his faint voice murmuring, "Brother, brother." Even as these words wiped the tears now flowing down my cheeks, so be it. I have felt a deep pain of loss at many levels since then, and it is far from fading. Amen. Purushottam Bilmuria. Now I would just like to say a few words from my side. Jelshaw, whom I was privileged to call my mentor, and he used to call me his Manas Kanya, a spiritual daughter, belonged to almost the same period in Wellington. I went there to attend a 2-month workshop, one of its own kind, single handedly managed by Professor Shaw. When I reached there, he welcomed me with the warmth of a father. I still remember him waiting at the airport, insisting on driving me himself through the steep mountain roads, his small car flying above 100. I was at once startled and amazed at his strength and independence. He took me to his family, and when Shipra auntie saw me, she hugged me and started crying, knowing that I am from Banaras, as her childhood was spent in Banaras and the BHU campus. His family felt like my own. Natalie Lee as an elder sister, Maya as a niece, and auntie, they all gave me a warm welcome and all their love, which I will never forget. It was he who tried connecting strangers with the bond of love and care. During those weeks, he showed what philosophy looked like when lived. He spoke not only of Nyaya and Vedanta, but of India's future, its students, its education system, even its economy. His heart was never far from his homeland. He wanted Indian students everywhere to have a good education, dignity, and joy in life. He literally asked for money from his friends to sponsor the workshop I was a part of. He made sure that we were given due respect and love in New Zealand. Later in Kolkata, during the 3-day international seminar and later on an 8-day workshop at the Ramakrishna Mission in January 2024, he was as caring as ever. Once, seeing I was unwell, he quietly took me to the medical store at Gold Park himself. Such was his nature, simple, fatherly, and full of affection. He loved teaching and often said, "The day I cannot teach and study, I'll die." On August 24-25, He wrote to say he was canceling his classes. He sounded tired but still thoughtful. I knew then how serious it was, though I wished it were not. I wanted to return to Wellington again, but could not. When I hugged him for the last time in Kolkata, I somehow knew it was farewell. He permitted me to translate one of his books into Hindi and promised to send me the foreword for the same, but he could not send it. Though he dictated to me to type, and I sent him the typed version, yet he could not return that with his signature. I will put that without his signature with a heavy heart when I publish my translation work. For me, he was not only a philosopher, he embodied love, discipline, and courage. He taught me how to work, how to study, and how to stay happy, and how to dedicate a life to a goal. His light continues to guide me. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Dr. Niti Singh. Thank you for your cherished memory with Professor Jail Saw. Now we are going to conclude our session. I will request Dr. Subhashis Mukherjee to give the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Like all the sessions with Sir, this also must come to an end. And on behalf of the student of J.L. Shaw, we want to thank, first of all, Swami Suparanandaji, without whom we could not accomplish our humble respect to Sir. We respectfully remember the enthusiastic response from the speakers, Sri Arindam Chakravarti, Sri Nirmal Guha, Michael Hamilton, Sir's daughter Natalie. We respectfully thank Professor Probal Kumar Sen for presiding over the inaugural session. We want to thank the managing staff of this hall, Shivananda Hall. We want to thank Shayak Babu. We want to thank Maitida. We want to thank all the volunteers, student volunteers who work tirelessly to make this thing happen. We want to thank the video recording team who make this live streaming possible. We want to thank Sri Prakash to come and grace us with his personal presence and reminiscences. We want to thank Professor Niti Singh and Professor Purushottam Bilmoria to present their memories with Professor Shaw. And lastly, I want to thank Sir. Throughout this organizing seminar, when I was coming to this institution, I was experiencing his presence. Experiencing his presence when we were interacting with the office staff, experiencing his presence when we were interacting with the liftman of the guest house, experiencing his presence when we are interacting with the guest house workers. So Sir is here. So at the end, I want to thank Sir and say, Sir, we'll meet again in another class and continue our study with us. So please join us for tea outside.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chakraborty. And now we are at the end of our program. So we just want to acknowledge our support sponsors, all the students. So almost all the organizing member contributed, and even few students voluntarily contributed, like Olokendo Babuji and Gopal Babu and all other staff and organizing team actively. Even those who could not contribute actively, they have financially helped us. Dr. Riddhi Chakraborty also helped us financially from UK. She was also connected with Professor Shaw for a long time. She knows, and also there are many people who who have helped us in many ways. So it is not possible for us to name everyone in this, but on behalf of the organizing team, I want to thank all of them who has helped us in cash or in kind or any kind of help. Thank you very much. Now I would all request you to have this Nirabata Palon for a few seconds or so. And then we'll, with the Santi Mantra, we'll finish. Begin. Gurupadukastotram. Ananta samsara samudratāra nauka itabhyam guru bhaktitavyam vairagya samrajya yad pujanabhyam namo namaha Shri Guru Padukabhyam namo namaha Shri Guru Padukabhyam Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Shri Ramakrishna Pranamestu. Thank you all.